The most prosperous area east of the city center was filled with deafening car horns. The not-so-wide street was congested by a long line without end. Without realizing the situation in the front and no cell phone reception, people could only use their horn and curse to express the dissatisfaction in their mind. Could people in the front be faster? What the foo asterisk K are you doing? A truck driver looked out the window and cursed at the people in the front. The traffic didn't make any advancements. The man walked out of the car, leaned against the door to peek at the surrounding and began to chat with the driver in the car next to him. *T, when will the traffic end? Hopefully not tomorrow. Do you know what happened in the front? Only God knows, there is no cell phone reception, no internet, my wife is still waiting for me at home. Foo *K, this is so unlucky, did a congestion like this ever happen here? I think, no. Wait, there was a traffic jam a year ago. I heard a plane crashed in the east side of the city, perhaps it is because of that. Another driver joined their conversation. Ah, that was a plane. I thought it was a meteor. Regardless, please don't land in my backyard. Leaning against the car window, the truck driver muttered while cursing. Right now, there was a violent explosion from the distance. People subconsciously ducked down before they returned to their casual conversation. The war has lasted for half a year already and the explosion and firing never stopped at MLL Island. They would scream in the beginning, now the most they would do was to duck down. People grow into habits, once they can't change the situation, they become accustomed to life in the war. The guerrillas are firing again. Those lunatics that don't want to live. Wait, what is that? The man leaned against the car door and suddenly noticed the commotion on the road in front of him, he began to furrow. Someone was racing. No, a group of people was racing. They ran in between the vehicles, stepped onto windshields, and dove toward people. Their face was covered in blood. Realizing something was clearly wrong, the man locked the door, took a few steps back while hesitating, and then gritted his teeth and began running at full speed. Everyone began to run to avoid the lunatic that bit anyone he saw. There were waves of screams and the congested road turned into a complete mess. The drivers reluctant to leave their car either curled up or stepped down on the gas. While a lot of people saw a Resident Evil before, when everything became a reality, their first reaction was being clueless. Are they really zombies? Are they died or alive? Once they exhibited similar hesitation, only death awaits. The truck driver anxiously closed the car window, but the half-opened window was stuck by a hand reaching in. While he cursed out, he turned his steering wheel while smashing the bloody hand. At the same time, he pressed on the gas. The truck demolished the BMW in the front and pushed it forward 2 meters without being able to move an inch further. The driver's face was pale white. Only now did he realize how stupid of a decision he made to stay in the car with a bunch of bloodthirsty people leaping toward him. The lunatics with blood on their faces already surrounded him. The driver put the steering wheel in front of his chest, watched the windshield slowly crack, and his pants began to be stained with a yellow liquid. And then, he used the corner of his eye to see that the taxi driver just chatting with him was dragged out from the broken windshield. He was crying and shouting the name of God and his daughter, then his neck was bitten off by the zombie. The city K, a row of police cars lined the bridge that spanned across the river. Police with shields guarded in front of the blockade while attempting to stop the crowd from passing the river. The east side of the city had completely lost the cellular and electricity grid, but because the police used the city line, the control system was not in chaos, only everyone's brain was in chaos. Compared to the civilian who knew nothing, they acquired first-hand information from the front line. The crashed plane carried an unknown virus and the status of the infected was unknown. The known symptom was that the infected would turn insane and attack any non-infected target. The entire east side of the city was covered under the gloom of the virus. To prevent the virus from spreading to the west, they established temporary inspection stations on the bridges that spanned the river. Of course, the police force at the front line didn't know the truth behind it. The only order they received was to block this bridge and prevent anyone from passing through. And the riot that happened in east side of the city was the action of the rioters. To prevent rioters from mixing with the crowd and entering the west side of the city, they were ordered to block any passage to the west before the security force took control of the situation. But their superior didn't precisely tell them how to take care of the situation. This included if they should fire against zombies. Fire? They are all civilians, even if their brain was poisoned by the virus, they could still move, that meant they are not died. Against unarmed civilians and firing at their own citizens, who could bear the consequence? Especially what if they discovered a better problem-solving solution after the fact? Such as an antidote. What kind of consequence it would cause was no longer important. Anyone ordering to shoot must face persecution after the incident, and could even bear the name of butcher for hundreds of years. Not firing. Tear gas and baton were useless against the lunatics. Even if the trained soldiers could use force to take down a few zombies, against a swarm of zombies, personal strength was ineffective. No one wanted to take responsibility, everyone knew what to do, but no one wanted to be the person ordering. When crisis arrived, management still had an attitude of shifting and deflecting responsibility, perfectly demonstrating the lack of decisiveness in crisis management. This point was already demonstrated by several typhoon events. Why won't you let us cross the bridge? There is a riot there. You're not there to stop them and you're here to stop us from escaping. The man smashed the shield with his fist while roaring in anger. Riot was the official explanation given to the virus. To prevent unnecessary panic, it was a necessary lie. The reporters with cameras used satellite stations to broadcast the chaotic scene. I'm currently in City K tonight at 10:37, 3 shocking events occurred in the city. Air crash, guerrillas launched a full-scale attack to the military base in the southwest. The Green Church in the east side of the city responded to the attack of the Moro guerrillas by launching a riot. In handling the event, Country F government demonstrated a lack of competency. Xianjiang reporter, who ran the fastest, reporting for you. But obviously, there were misinformation in the reporting. Facing the angry crowd, the police force here shared a complex emotion. While they must face the curse and saliva, they could not fight back. The government force already mobilized a brigade from the front line to establish the defensive nest to the east of the bridge. As long as they could control the situation on this side of the bridge, they could establish health inspection stations and transport verified, safe, civilian to the other side of the bridge. The sheriff felt slightly relieved by the thought. Although even till now, the Ministry of Health had yet to come up with a virus containment plan. Suddenly, there were screams from the back of the crowd. A few zombies ran, rolled, and tumbled across the fence of the bridge and leaped at the crowd without anywhere to run. The zombies already broke through the line of defense set by the army. At the location where the commotion started, the sheriff saw a zombie in military uniform. One of his ears was bitten off, there was still a rifle across his shoulder, and that rifle was stained in blood. The zombies that rushed into the crowd were like tigers leaping into a herd of sheep. People used their backpacks, umbrella, and even cameras to smash the zombies frantically, but it was futile against the insane monsters. People pleaded to the police with shields and begged them to make a way. The police all looked in their sheriff's direction while waiting for his order. The sheriff held the radio, but after anxiously speaking out the first sentence, he became silent. Reality proved that even an insignificant individual standing at the right spot could influence the life of thousands. The police saw the hand holding the radio slowly drop down and gradually began to lose grasp. The radio slid out of his hand, he took out the revolver and aimed at the crowd. Bang! Instantly, everyone became silent. The man fighting over the shield with the police widened his eyes slowly with disbelief, then collapsed onto the ground. No one thought the police would fire first. And even the police didn't think their superior would be the first one to fire. What are you all waiting for? Fire. Think about your family behind you. They are the infected, not rioters. Can you not see? All the people being scratched or bitten will become their kind. I'll take all the responsibilities. I order you, fire. 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 The sheriff used all the strength in his body and screamed at his subordinates. The roar dispersed fear. Guns were gradually beginning to be shot. After the initial hesitation, they became dense. The people being abandoned watched the people that once protect them in despair, their eyes changed from agony to decisiveness to finally apathy. The lives of the 100,000 in exchange for the sacrifice of the few thousand people. The sheriff didn't execute his superior's ambiguous order and made the executive decision to fire. People who didn't want to die jumped off the bridge, the despaired opened their arms to welcome their fate, the people who could not accept being given up on used their last effort to throw rocks at the shields. A rock hit the sheriff in the face, cracked his forehead. Blood dripped down from his face and clouded his left eye. But he was laughing. The right order was already executed, but what would happen in the end was out of his control. He raised his revolver again and closed his eyes. But this time, he was pointing at his own temple. Bang! In the mountain range south of City K. One helicopter and two figures appeared. One was kneeling down while one was standing. Tanaka seemed to be tired from kneeling down. He stood up, opened his arms toward Kajiya in the darkness, and smiled. Do you see it? My masterpiece. A man in a suit stood beside him. He was holding onto the binocular while watching the chaos in the city. Just from a weapon point of view, it's not bad. As a businessman, that was his impression. No wonder it is President Tanemura. Whether it is the attitude or diction is all similar to the bad guys, Tanaka said. Without funding and connections, any conspiracy wouldn't have a starting point. The reason Kurofyun's plan could succeed must be attributed to the soil and nutrient provided by Nippon government and corporations. This type of impeccable weapon with military and economic value was perfect for Takeda Pharmaceutical, who could make a handsome amount through the vaccine business, or to the Nippon government eager to expand its military influence. For example, if the virus were to break out in their annoying country, what would happen? The only company, Takeda Pharmaceutical, with the antivirus vaccine would instantly become the wealthiest company in the world overnight, and Nippon, who owned Takeda Pharmaceutical, would complete the feat they failed to achieve in the last century. But if the Nippon government and Takeda Pharmaceutical really knew Tanaka's actual plan, would they still think this way? But they would never know, just like no one will really believe Jiang Chen could travel back and forth to the future. No one would believe Tanaka was setting up 4 aliens to land on a defenseless planet. Even if one of them named their company as Future, while the other named the organization as Kurofyun. Tanemura put down the binocular, glanced at Tanaka without saying any words, and then headed to the helicopter. Are you not going to look a bit longer? Tanaka turned around and laughed. No need, the board only needs to confirm the practical value of the virus. Tanemura's back was turned against Tanaka, and he said without emotion. Judging a samurai sword by its practical value would only make the sword lose its shine. Oh. Tanemura turned around and looked at Tanaka with questions in his eyes. You know what killed this city? Tanaka asked with a smile. Tanemura raised his eyebrows. The virus? Wrong, Tanaka shook his finger and smiled. It is weakness, the weakness that belongs to a civilization. 10 kilometers out of City K, the entire west side of the city had fallen. Only one bridge managed to withhold till the end, but 5 bridges spanned across the river. Weakness destroyed the civilization. Compassion to the weak, awe to life, respect to law, admiration of rights. All virtues of humans would eventually become the burden of survival in the face of an unconquerable obstacle. The man that attempted to use his hug to change the wife that turned into a zombie, the people holding onto the dagger but unable to stab toward the neighbor, the people because of despair who jumped off the building not willing to become the same kind as the zombie. Standing at the top of the building and looking down the street covered with blood, Jiang Chen came to a deep realization about this point. He disliked this country, but when he witnessed the atrocities that happened in front of his very eyes, his stomach instinctively felt agitated by the gruesome scene. These bastards. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, reloaded his rifle, took a few steps back before leaping toward the building across from him. He managed to jump over the 10 meters of distance with the help of the kinetic skeleton. He leaped between buildings while running to the location of the crash. The crossfire between the country F government force and the unknown militants ended already. Out of the 8 government soldiers, 5 were instantly killed while the remaining 3 only lasted for 10 seconds under the fire of 15 rifles. The helicopter was retreating, but it was taken down by an RPG. The unknown militants quickly took control of the crash site. A soldier was planning to head into the wreckage to retrieve the black box. Boom! A bullet penetrated the skull of that soldier. Giles' grinning eyes immediately widened and locked onto the building 100 meters out. He's here. Take cover. Ladisiv signaled. Everyone immediately hid nearby and began firing back to the area. Jiang Chen was shocked by how fast the militants reacted and continued to fire. From their calmness against zombies and the lack of masks alone, this information was indicative that the virus must be connected to Tanaka. The source of the virus or the reason behind his failed travel could all be answered by that person. So, go die. Jiang Chen dodged a few bullets flying at him and threw out 10 hummingbird drones. His fingers tapped on the EP several times and then circled a few points. When the circular discs with machine guns came flying toward them, Ladisiv immediately fired back. The orange sparks circled the wreckage of the plane. Ladisiv was hit on his shoulder but took down 2 drones. In this group of people, he had the best shooting skill and the most battle experience. But even then, it was his first time fighting with such terrifying objects. Damn it! Where did these things come from? Ladisiv cursed while his reloaded under the cover fire of his squad. I told you, we are fighting against a god, so don't feel too surprised. Giles' forehead was bleeding while leaning against a wall almost completed destroyed as he continued to fire back. After paying a price of 5 lives, the 10 drones were finally taken down. The powerful war machines made them feel a deep-to-the-bone chillness. Jiang Chen was also stunned. 10 drones couldn't take care of them. Although the EP's computation resource was limited, there is no way it can't take care of 15 people. The only explanation was that their shooting ability was incredible. Because EP as a terminal could at most connect to 10 hummingbird drones at the same, Jiang Chen didn't store more in the storage dimension. He did possess the more powerful python and reptile, but he didn't want to expose them too early. Especially since he still had other toys. He took a deep breath as a menacing smile appeared on his face. Under the cover of the wall, he took out a thick and long heavy machine gun. Heavy machine gun. Retreat. Ladisiv's pupils immediately contracted. At the same time, he threw out a smoke grenade while running back to another wall. Too late. Jiang Chen hoisted the heavy machine gun and smashed the stand onto the ground. The hexagon-shaped transparent bulletproof board expanded and reflected a colorful haze of the fires near the wreckage site. Through the haziness was a sneering face. A series of red dots surfaced on his retina. Jiang Chen aimed at the closest one and pressed the trigger. Go die. The violent bullets took a gust of wind along with it and shredded the dense, thick smoke. A direct hit by the massive bullet meant that whether it was the wall or flesh, it was shredded to pieces. The undisguised firing attracted more zombies, but the annoying hearts were all included in Jiang Chen's kill zone. Kill. 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 Ladisiv hidden behind a building was still panting in fear. Just that instant, only 6 out of the 10 team members were left. He still didn't understand where the heavy machine gun came from. Is that really Jiang Chen? It is not the special forces from country F or Xian. Do you still not believe me now? My dear Mr. Ladisiv. I said we are murdering a god, to welcome a new god. He added the last sentence silently. Giles glanced at the number on his watch with a grin. He took out a flare from his waist. You're not going to use power armor? That's unfortunate, then try this. He ducked out of the cover and threw the flare toward Jiang Chen. The flare flipped in the air and bloomed into a bright red flame. At the scene, Jiang Chen's pupils immediately contracted. While he ended his fury, he immediately jumped to the side. Almost instantaneously, a gust of winds blew by, carrying a storm of bullets that destroyed the entire building. 25mm machine gun shredded the heavy machine gun along with the building into concrete debris and exposed the reinforced steel. With one hand holding onto the reinforced steel, Jiang Chen turned around to look at the building he was just standing on, and a drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Good thing I didn't wear the power armor. The deep homing noise instantly faded. Through the pitch-black night, he saw a glimpse of a fighter jet soaring by. Chapter 573 Aurora, 20, Strike. Translator, Min Editor, Rundi at 10:15 a.m., an F-35 took off from a carrier and headed to MLL Island for a routine bombing mission. This is Vulture 1. Vulture 1 has entered the theater, over. This is the command center, Vulture 1, the target's position is 131, 374, approved to fire, over. Vulture 1 received, opening safety, over. The pilot ended the communication, turned off the communication channel, reset the route on the radar, and suddenly diverted its route to City K. Until the F-35 escaped the tracking of the friendly radar, the aircraft carrier finally realized something was off. The station tried to contact the F-35 several times that deviated from its route, but it did not receive a response. After losing contact for 3 minutes. Guided by a signal flare, the F-35 launched an air raid on a ground target in the eastern part of City K. Upon receiving a call from Xian Embassy, Aisha's dropped her phone. What's wrong? Xia Xiu, who was watching TV, looked at the girl. Originally, Xia Xiu thought that it was difficult for her to get along with Aisha. She was hesitant about Jiang Chen's decision. However, after a few days of spending time together, Xia Xiu realized surprisingly that even after she stated her own attitude, their relationship did not become strained. Perhaps because the two people were more similar, when they didn't need to talk, they seldom spoke. Picking up the phone from the ground, Aisha hesitated but did not tell the truth to Xia Xiu. It's nothing. Desperately telling herself not to be impulsive, Aisha took a deep breath, suppressed the worry in her mind, and called a set of numbers that belonged to Jiang Chen. It was busy. The little hand holding the phone trembled. Although she believed that Jiang Chen would be okay, she still couldn't contain her fear and worry. She was always brave, always had been like that. Because there was always a person that treated her with gentleness. At the same time, it was her only weakness. At this moment, a hand came out from behind and gently held her hand. Aisha felt the warmth, blanked out. What happened, can you tell me? But, it's about Jiang Chen, right? Biting her lower lip, Aisha nodded. Tell me. But, you can't help. Your statement is infuriating. Aisha looked at Xia Xiu and then explained in a panic. No, it's not what you think. I mean, if you don't say anything, how do you know that I can't help? Don't forget, I am the CEO of Future Group. If you can help him, I can also do the same. With Xia Xiu's strong stance, Aisha stared at her. She lowered her head, her fingers no longer trembled, and a hint of relief and peace of mind resurfaced. Aha! When the news of the plane Jiang Chen boarded had crashed reached Lu Haotiao through Wanghai Airport, the news then spread to Xian. It caused an earthquake among the senior officials of the country. Zhang Yaping, who was visiting the capital, used diplomatic authority to dial the phone number of the country F presidential palace. At the same time, Ivan urgently mobilized all the soldiers on New Moon Island and ordered the Guardian-class frigates stationed at Coconut Island to the border of Country F. Why is Mu-771 shot down by missiles near the airspace of Country F? Mr. Aquino, I need your explanation. Please pay attention to your rhetoric, Mr. Zhang Yaping. I am not your subordinate, I do not need to explain anything to you. Although at a disadvantageous situation, Aquino was still displeased with the demanding tone used by the president of a small country. He put out a tough stance. Our people have already started the rescue according to the procedure. But you know that the plane crashed in City K, and it is very difficult to conduct the rescue mission in the war zone. Our people are already working diligently. Also, I don't know where you heard the rumors. What evidence do you have to prove that the plane was shot down by a missile? When the plane was struck, the captain of Mu-771 reported the situation to the Wanghai airport. The Wanghai airport has already handed over the recording to our embassy. Oh, God, it's just a recording. Let's not argue about whether Wanghai airport's action follows the appropriate procedure. You can identify the aircraft is hit by a missile with a single recording. Who can guarantee that it was not a seagull? We also have evidence here. At the time of the incident, no warship equipped with air defense equipment was near the water of the incident. Before the black box is found, any of your rhetoric will be regarded as a provocation against Country F. Zhang Yaping gritted his teeth and tried to remain calm. I don't want to discuss with you who is responsible now. Half an hour has passed, where is your rescue team? This accident happened in your city. At least there should be some firefighters. If you really don't want to do anything, then let our people go. No way. Aquino rejected the offer without hesitation. Let the troops of the neighboring country enter their own country. The relationship between Country F and XIN was not that close. What's more, the virus crisis in City K made Aquino feel an instinctive panic. Tourism was the economic pillar of Country F. If the epidemic and panic spread, it would undoubtedly make the already deteriorating economy suffer a severe downturn. Not only must they prevent foreign rescue teams from entering, but the army must put the entire city under quarantine. No one would be allowed to enter or leave at will. Before the development of a vaccine, the roads and ports leading to City K must be completely shut down. What are you hiding? Zhang Yaping said with a hazy expression. We aren't hiding anything. I have disclosed all the information that can be disclosed. What do you want? Oh, I have to remind you that you should have seen from the photos taken by the satellite. The plane already turned into pieces. You think there are people still alive? We have confirmed through the Sky IX-1 observation satellite that Jiang Chen is still alive. Yes. Then you must be wrong. After all, you said that the satellite is a meteorological observation satellite. Aquino tried to deflect the blame. You are playing with fire. Zhang Yaping warned. Oh. Aquino sneered at the threat. The phone was hung up rudely. Zhang Yaping took a deep breath and then called Ivan. Negotiation failed. As if there was no such surprise, Ivan said, no problem, we are ready now. You have to move fast. Zhang Yaping knew that it is useless to persuade him to keep calm, so he said with a bitter smile. We have always been fast, and we will never return empty-handed, Ivan said. Don't fight, if possible. Zhang Yaping made his final request. I'll try my best. Soldiers wearing kinetic skeletons boarded 4 Black Hawk helicopters, flew to the apron on the frigate, and crossed the Country F border with the destination of MLL Island. Although there was no declaration of war and the mission briefing only stated rescue, everyone was prepared for war. Especially the boys who hopped on the helicopter, eager to use the rifle in their hands. At the same time, New Moon Island's airport was illuminated, bright as day. Pilot, weapon system, normal. Hydraulic balance system, normal. Fuel tank, normal. Tail, normal, inspection complete. Shooter, 1 requests to enter the runway. Command tower, approved. Pilot, Shooter, 1 has entered the runway. The ground crew raised the flag, the runway inspection is complete. Command tower, approved for takeoff. Good luck, Shooter, 1. For our next month's salary, bring our boss home. Pilot, Roger. By the way, this is easy. At the end of the communication, the pilot reached out and opened the throttle switch and activated the artificial intelligence navigation system. The vortex engine burst out a blue arc, and the fighter already soared through the runway and brought the palm leaves with it from dozens of meters away. Aurora, 20, strike. Translator, Min Editor, Rundi. Kurofune. Its nature was an underground organization, and its members were from all over the world. Although it was funded by the Nippon government and Nippon companies, they never fully understood the organization. The cooperation between the two sides was more of a paid research relationship, rather than a dependent relationship. Kurofune's philosophy was not based on any superficial folklore or personal values, but on a near-crazy belief, or a stubborn ideology. They believed that natural selection with the same origin as humans would bring eternal harmony to the human civilization, save humanity from its own suffering, and bring human civilization to the unreachable starry night no longer chained by gravity. This kind of neo-religious group without any affliction to any organization and any secular interest was almost impossible to be discovered by intelligence organizations around the world. The F-35 pilot of Vulture 1 was one of the members of Kurofune. The original plan was to find a way to attack Jiang Chen's power armor, but there was a small change in the plan. Jiang Chen did not use the power armor but used the more flexible kinetic skeleton. It was precisely because of this that the F-35 changed the strategy of bombing and used the 25mm machine guns to shoot. But what Gordon did not expect was that the bullets that could blow tanks into pieces were dodged by Jiang Chen by instinct. The target is not hit. A report from the ground unit transmitted into his ear. Roger. I will fire again. Gordon glanced at the thermal imaging display and found the heat source hanging from the side of the building. He sneers and raises the height to prepare for another dive. However, at this moment, the infrared lock alarm began to beep. Gordon cursed under his breath and immediately released a flare, then began to maneuver. A close-range air-to-air missile flew right past the fuselage and made all of his hairs jump up. Gordon, who dodged a blow, immediately boosted the engine power to the max, trying to get rid of the lock by the other fighter. Among all the fourth-generation fighters, the F-35 was arguably one of the most expensive fighters in the world. Because of the improvement in ground attack, it gave up some air superiority. So while it possessed a strong combat power, its mobility was not the most outstanding among fighters. But despite this shortcoming, the fourth-generation fighters still displayed its prowess that no third-generation fighters could compare. Gordon didn't think that the sneak attack was from a fourth-generation fighter. He escaped the friendly radar, and before the UA military could respond, he would have already completed the ground attack mission before landing in a secret military base. Only a few countries possessed fourth-generation fighters, and he didn't think XIN was one of them. Even Russia with a good relationship with XIN, wouldn't sell its fourth-generation plane to them. With a sneer, Gordon, while resisting the blood boiling up in his body, was about to send an AIM-120 at the target chasing him. But when he raised his speed to the maximum and looked behind him, his sneer froze. The plane that he couldn't distinguish did not show any signs of being left behind. How is this possible? Gordon gritted his teeth and glanced at the speed dial, which was already approaching the red zone, then he pulled up instantly. The nose of the F-35 raised up, causing an emergency stop in the air that significantly decreased its speed. The blood flowing up almost made him faint, but Gordon had a smug look on his face. Humans' response time would be unable to respond in such a high-speed close air-to-air combat. As long as the enemy plane flew in the front, the identity of the prey and the hunter would be reversed. But at this instant, Gordon saw an incredulous scene through his bloodshot eyes. Just as he pulled up, the Aurora, 20 chasing in the rear, unleashed its 27mm machine guns and shredded his fuselage and wings. Just like he expected, the Aurora, 20 soared underneath him. However, what he did not expect was that the other pilot could fire in an instant. With his hands off the control, Gordon desperately reached out and opened the ejection seat. He floated in the cold night sky while watching his plane disintegrate in the air. At the same time, the Aurora, 20 pilot ended the bullet time state and skillfully turned on thermal imaging to enter ground attack mode. The air target has been cleared, Shooter 1 is waiting for attack commands. Looking at the sparks in the air, and the silhouette that whizzed past, Jiang Chen was ecstatic. It was Aurora, 20. He was worried about how to get rid of that fighter, but Ivan helped him solve this urgent issue. Of course, he won't know that at this critical moment, it was Xia Xiyu that issued the attack command to Ivan as the CEO of the Future Group. In a strict sense, it was a decision out of her power because Future Group and Celestial Trade operated as separate entities. But in this critical period, it was no longer a consideration. Xia Xiyu was the most suitable person to make this decision. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen left the cover with a rifle and opened the radio life signal detection device mounted on the EP. 6 red dots were marked on his EP, and they were accelerating toward him. Jiang Chen sneered and loaded the rifle. "I am so tired of all of you." However, the Aurora, 20 apparently did not give him the opportunity to fight. A low-altitude dive sounded combined with dense bullets instantly obliterated 3 red dots along with the zombies on that street. The dust even drifted 2 blocks away and landed on Jiang Chen's nose. 3 people died instantly. They realized the mission has failed and began to disperse. But would Celestial Trade let them escape? Don't forget who trained Moro. The roar of the engine came from the distance and smashed through the zombies that began to gather. The guerrillas wearing gas masks jumped down from the military trucks and began to track the 3 unidentified soldiers who fled. The intensive gunshots echoed in the street. Guerrillas, zombies, and unidentified soldiers began a chaotic battle. At the same time, a military Hummer stopped in front of Jiang Chen, and the general with a slanted military cap stepped out and saluted to Jiang Chen. He then spoke in English, though full of local characteristics. "Mr. Jiang Chen, we have received a request from your country to come and pick you up. Please come with us, and we will take you to the safe area." Turning off the EP, Jiang Chen looked at the direction of the wreckage of the plane and put the rifle behind his back. "What about those 3 people? Our people are tracking them and will definitely bring their heads," the general said immediately. With the escalation of the civil war, Moro was now relying more and more heavily on Celestial Trade supply. Their previous cautious attitude turned into respect today. While it was not certain if they would remain respectful after independence, at least for now, the guerrillas without a military factory must depend on Jiang Chen to survive. It was precisely because of this that the general's attitude towards Jiang Chen is exactly as modest as how a subordinate treats a superior. "I don't want their heads, I want at least one to be alive." Suddenly, Jiang Chen pointed to the crashed passenger plane and went on, "Also, I need the black box. Leave it to us." After saying this, the general ordered the soldier next to him. Then, Jiang Chen sat onto the Hummer and evacuated to the camp on the outskirts of City K. Ladisov and Gillis fought as they retreated but couldn't escape because of the sheer number advantage of the guerrillas. Gillis and another team member died in recalcitrance, and Ladisov chose to surrender and was taken to outside the city. Country F mobilized 2 more divisions and repelled the Moro guerrillas. At the same time, the 3 divisions controlling City K deployed checkpoints at all entrances to the city while declaring a state of quarantine. A crash, 2 planes. Even for the world, this night was bound to be unrestful. Chapter 575. You will definitely be the scapegoat for this. Although Country F blocked the news for the first time, it was obviously impossible to suppress such a big thing in the information age. First of all, it was a Resident Evil incident. The cruel virus turned the city into hell. People were killing each other, suspecting each other and being isolated in the desperation of water and electricity. According to Country F's Ministry of Health, a total of 111,000 people died in the riot caused by the virus and the remaining population was less than 70,000, isolated by 3 infantry divisions stationed in City K. Although the virus only broke out in this modest city, the aftermath was the impact on the world. The stock market will always be the market benchmark. The global stock market opened, all medicine-related stocks rose sharply. Some military-related stocks also appeared to skyrocket because there were rumors related to virus and terror attacks. Given the dangers of this virus, countries increased the terror crackdown efforts and added a budget on it. On the other hand, antibiotics and other drugs in many countries and regions and convenience food had become out of stock. Facing the emptiness of the shelves, Walmart and other major supermarkets were really happy and sad. The joy was that the goods that were just put on shelves were stuffed into the shopping cart by the shoppers immediately. The worry was that salespeople had to face those who were angry as they couldn't buy the necessities. They had to call the suppliers to get shipments urgently. Because of this incident, the Future Biological Group made a fortune unexpectedly. When people chose to buy food for storage, it seemed that they had a special taste of nutrition, especially the relatively inexpensive high-calorie nutrient supply, which was almost extinct from the shelves. Promoting the major cooperative supermarket orders looked like floating snowflakes. Amazon, Taobao and other virtual stores were also out of stock. The Future Man Biological earned a lot in the pain and joy of promoting orders. Under the help of people with a conscience, this incident of Resident Evil was obviously overhyped. Despite the Country F Health Department making several clarifications that the virus barely survived in ultraviolet light and showed strong activity only at night. This rational voice from officials was soon subsided in the report which the media made regarding its destructive power. Just looking at its destructive power and not looking at the pathogenesis and survival conditions, this virus was really frightening. Because the term zombie was so popular that people had almost used it as synonymous for eschatology. Who was responsible for the panic buying? Perhaps Hollywood directors and those who wrote doomsday novels should take the blame. While this riot was spreading to the rest of the world, the Hua government had performed very well. They arrested the posters on forums that spread false information and made a statement on all television stations and online channels to control the situation with high efficiency. Meanwhile, Ministry of Media and Publication investigated and dealt with a number of non-realistic novels, and arrested those who wrote doomsday novels just for proselytizing the public. And then there was the F-35 crash. Yesterday evening, an F-35 fighter named Vulture 1 took off from an aircraft carrier and conducted an airstrike mission on MLL Island. However, after arriving in the theater, the fighter plane cut off communication with the aircraft carrier and disappeared from the radar. Subsequently, the aircraft launched an airstrike on City K, killing at least 24 civilians. After the attack, the F-35 fighter disintegrated at high altitude over City K. The wreckage was already controlled by the government forces and has been handed over to the UAE military on the aircraft carrier. At present, the UAE military did not make further disclosures. A spokesman said the CIB has intervened to investigate the incident. It was reported that the pilot flying the fighter was Carol Gordon. His comrades commented he was a great person. Before carrying out the mission, he didn't show any abnormalities. According to the testimony of the doctor in charge of his medical examination, Gordon was a person with good conduct and without a history of addictive drugs. At present, the body of the pilot was found. Based on the wreckage of the aircraft, the pilot parachuted out before the plane crashed. Both Country F's government forces and the Moro guerrillas denied knowing the pilot's presence. The Moro guerrillas said they would agree if the UA force send limited personnel into Moro to search for the pilot if the UA agreed to stop the airstrikes on MLL Island. The UA spokesperson did not respond to the Moro proposal, but the aircraft carrier had stopped its routine strikes. The last information was about the MU-771 flight incident. As the MU-771 flight was considered the cause of the virus, Shanghai International Airport temporarily closed for a day. After obtaining the virus samples from Country F, the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Public Security conducted a comprehensive joint inspection of Shanghai Airport. Nothing was found regarding any suspect carrying the virus at the airport, and eventually proved to be a false alarm. Country F said that the crash was a complete accident. Any rumor that the airliner was shot down by missiles was irresponsible and stupid. In the targeted sea of the accident, Country F did not conduct any military activity. All the speculations were meaningless until the black box was found. Aquino was full of confidence to get rid of this blame that he did not involve in. Before holding a press conference, he repeatedly talked to his Marshal General and generals so that he could confirm he had sufficient evidences at hand to prove that the plane's crash was absolutely unrelated to Country F's troops. As for why the black box was not available, it was not because Country F's government wanted to conceal something, but because the black box was taken away by the guerrillas who rushed to the crash site. What they said was correct. But some people wanted to let them take responsibility anyway. Faced with questions from the international community, Santos did not conceal anything and placed the black box in front of the camera. He said the guerrillas immediately carried out research and rescued Jiang Chen, the only survivor. The black box was handed over to the United Nations observers, and data was examined under the supervision of the international community. The media also devoted a great deal of enthusiasm about this lucky survivor. However, Xia Xiyu stood out for Jiang Chen and stopped all the media interviews. She only gave a general statement explaining that Jiang Chen had a serious injury but it was not life-threatening, and he did not get infected with the virus. The entrance of the hospital filled with flowers people offered spontaneously. The flowers were the national flower of Koro, a specialty in Koro Island. People sent their prayers and respect for him by using the purest way. That the thriving Koro Island was because of Jiang Chen, supported by all of the islanders. The investigation of the black box progressed swiftly. After the experts retrieved the data, they immediately released the findings to the international community. The reason for the plane crash was a missile struck the left-wing engine, which was consistent with the message revealed by the plane's last communication with the ground. The international community was in an uproar. Aquino immediately jumped out and denied the authenticity of the black box data. Yet no one believed his argument. If a hacker wanted to replace the real recorded data with fake data, one change would need a series of data to be replaced. In addition, some of the aircraft's basic data were transmitted to the ground in real time through ACARS, Aircraft Communication Addressing and Reporting System, and the United Nations had confirmed that ACARS transmission was normal. This means any difference in data would be quite obvious. It is not difficult to tamper with the black box data, however, it is almost impossible to leave no trace behind. And those international experts repeatedly checked the black box and even checked to see if anyone tried to open the box by force. This time Aquino had nothing to say at all. Various kinds of evidence were laid before him, and he just could not find strong evidence to refute. The black box data have proven the MU-771 was not only shot down by missiles but also shot down by missiles launched from Country F. Just as the Aquino administration was struggling to be accountable to the media and the families of the victims, spokesperson for Celestial Trade issued a statement. It is a pity that it is me who stands here reading the resolution of the company, not our beloved chairman. We cannot disclose more about his injuries, and I can only reveal that he had woken up only once in 3 days. Today I stand here just to read his directions on the company's future. He took a deep breath and clenched his fist and then rested it on the desk gently. I think you should all know what it means to assassinate a key member of a state. A shameless conspiracy. No. This means war. 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 The sentence was loud and clear. Almost all the reporters at the scene were wondering if they heard wrong. When they confirmed that they weren't being delusional, the crowd erupted. In. No, Celestial Trade just declared war against Country F. The spokesperson in front of the podium appeared extremely calm while facing the audience in disbelief. When he received the script, he was also shocked and in disbelief. But after he read through the entire script, there was only calmness left. War will always only be responded by war. As the headquarters of Celestial Trade was blocked by reporters, where did our injured protagonist go? Currently, in an oceanside mansion 10 kilometers away from the hospital, Jiang Chen lowered his head, relaxing on top of Aisha's cool thighs. He was relishing in the sea wind while enjoying his ears being cleaned. The strands of hair that occasionally swept by his face and the person gazing at his face made him feel fuzzy both psychologically and physiologically. Jiang Chen was so relaxed due to one reason. Since he supposedly was in critical condition and receiving treatment, he couldn't directly appear in front of the media at least for a short period of time. When Jiang Chen was taken to Port D by Moro guerrillas, he met with Ivan who personally came to pick him up. Judging by the fully equipped soldiers on the helicopter, they were clearly ready to fight in battle. If the Country F government dared to intercept, they would forcefully land with the support of cannons and fighters. From the perspective of Santos and other guerrillas, Jiang Chen noticed some envy of Celestial Trade's advanced equipment. Jiang Chen suddenly had an idea and a plan began to form in his mind. An extremely dangerous plan. He walked beside Santos and put his arm around his shoulder. Do you want to end this civil war earlier? Santos was filled with excitement that was indescribable by words. Although the guerrillas were growing stronger by the day, in the face of the F army with advantages in both firepower and numbers, the outcome of the war was still unclear. Seeing that Celestial Trade was willing to assist him further, there was no reason for Santos to reject Jiang Chen. Although he didn't show any expression, the muscular man with bullets wrapped around his body immediately held on to Jiang Chen's hand. He expressed that the people of MLL Islands would forever remember his generosity and friendship. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't want a declaration of friendship. Celestial Trade would send navy, air, and even land forces under the guise of mercenaries to participate in the civil war. The fees would still be limited time rights to mines and ores, but Jiang Chen generously offered to only charge at cost. The only requirement for Moro was to take control of City K. Even if Jiang Chen hadn't demanded this, they still would have done it. The City K was K River's outlet into the sea, a strategic location for K Island. The only disagreement came from the timing of taking over the city. Since the city was in the midst of a terrifying infection, the guerrillas all resisted the idea of entering the city now. On the other hand, in order to quarantine the city, 3 Country F divisions were sent there. From a strategic point of view, the best course of action wasn't to attack the heavily defended Kajia but rather to shift focus east and recover the northeast part of MLL Islands. But Jiang Chen didn't care too much, he merely suggested a contrary opinion. Mr. Santos, we're here to help you end the civil war. We're not here to drag the war on. How do we quickly end this civil war? It's by focusing our fire and beating the opponent down with one punch, and then dragging their necks to the negotiation table. But we don't have enough force to go against 3 divisions, Santos said, troubled. We do. Jiang Chen paused. We have enough firepower. Modern warfare was never won by sheer manpower. While the number of Celestial Trade soldiers was around 2,000, their impact on the war was unquestionable. Finally, Santos acquiesced to Jiang Chen's proposal. He agreed to send a division of forces to assist Celestial Trade's forces in taking control of Kajia. But if the casualties were above 40%, they would retreat. Jiang Chen confidently expressed there was no way that would ever happen. As for the excuse of starting a war, he already thought of one. The public already believed that Country F mistakenly thought the commercial flight was Hua's reconnaissance plane and therefore launched a land-to-air missile to take it down. Then Jiang Chen didn't mind adding oil to the fire and directing public opinion to even more dangerous territory. When Country F received information that Celestial Trade's president, Jiang Chen, was on the flight, they launched the missile as an act of revenge. With Country F's apathy toward the lives of the innocent and their attempt to make excuses for their criminal actions, Celestial Trade would respond with war. In order to discover the truth behind the spreading virus and to find the vaccine as early as possible, Jiang Chen was determined to take control of virus-infected City K. He wouldn't permit anyone from making this place into a second apocalypse, whether it was because he wanted to maintain the value of his wealth or fight against the colonization ship en route. Although he felt apologetic, he needed Country F to be the scapegoat for the plane crash. Therefore, Jiang Chen, who agreed with Santos and Ivan, acted out everything in front of the media. 3 days had passed since the crash. Don't move. I'm almost done. Aisha took a Q-tip and attentively cleaned out Jiang Chen's remaining wax. He was about to fall asleep. 10 minutes ago, the Country F Foreign Ministry warned that Celestial Trade's dangerous words would be viewed as an act of aggression. They already sent their navy forces to the border. Is that really okay? Xia Xiyu was sitting on the chaise longue. She pushed up her black-rimmed glasses and made her report while pretending not to see Aisha. Not a problem. Country F's navy is a joke. What about UA? Xia Xiyu was a beginner in international relations, so when she told Jiang Chen, she had doubt in her voice. UA won't do anything, Jiang Chen said affirmatively. Perhaps they wanted to, but an hour later, they would change their opinion. Just as she wanted to ask where his confidence came from, the glass door to the balcony of the mansion was opened. Mr. Patient, do you need any refreshments? Lu Yao, in a nurse uniform, walked in and asked mockingly. The gazes of 3 people landed on her. Coldness from Xia Xiyu, praise from Aisha, and shock from Jiang Chen. The nurse uniform was part of Aisha's collection and the size was based on Aisha's petite body shape. Since the uniform was worn by the buste Lu Yao, it clearly looked restrained. Her firm curves were tightly outlined by the dress and the bustiness of her chest was about to jump out from the thin layer of fabric. Jiang Chen discovered that the clearly too small uniform looked surprisingly nice on Lu Yao. Perhaps Lu Yao noticed Xia Xiyu's stare but she pretended not to notice, laughed, and pointed at her chest. Seems to be a bit small. Xia Xiyu glanced at Lu Yao's chest and her lips turned into a firm line in frustration. Not only Xia Xiyu was affected, but the innocent Aisha also looked sad. As to why Lu Yao was there, it was because of yesterday. When the girls saw Jiang Chen in critical condition after the plane crash, she immediately flew to Xian in distraught. Since she looked too wretched crying in front of the hospital, Aisha brought her to the mansion. Seeing as Jiang Chen was perfectly fine, although Lu Yao was frustrated by the fact that she worried about him for nothing, the cunningness in her immediately realized the reasoning. She then suggested that she stay there and take care of the patient, unable to appear in front of the media. At the same time, they kept this a secret from the media. While Jiang Chen didn't say anything, he was touched by how worried Lu Yao was. But Xia Xiyu felt extremely displeased by the appearance of another competitor. Lu Yao, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind the faint jealousy from the strong, independent and unexpressive woman, but it made teasing her more fun. With the soft wind blowing on Jiang Chen's face, he watched the quiet ocean and picked up his tablet. The weather is quite nice today. Aisha threw out the Q-tip and combed back a strand of hair. Is it? But it looks like the weather is going to turn much worse. Jiang Chen nonchalantly said as he turned on the tablet. The sky IX 136,000 kilometers out, directed its lens to the surface of the Pacific Ocean. On the vast blue ocean, there was a showdown between 4 and 101. On the vast blue ocean, 101 ships slowly anchored at the XNF border. Under the command of the flagship, they arranged themselves in formation. The main naval forces in Country F were mostly decommissioned Western ships such as the UA Minesweeper, the British patrol boats, and some of the France and UA tank landing ships from World War II. Take the largest and most powerful Raja destroyer of the Country F Navy as an example. The predecessor of this legendary destroyer was the Cannon-class destroyer built by UA during World War II. In 1955, UA handed it over to Nippon's navy. Nippon renamed the ship to Sunrise, and it was used until 1975. The ship was handed over to Country F by Nippon in 1978 and first served in Country F in 1980 after being towed to South Korea for overhaul and modernization. It was a third-hand good, a bone that fed 2 dogs. The ship was equipped with 3 22 Malawian Kwacha 76mm open naval guns which exposed the gunner without any basic armor protection, 3 40mm double-gauge guns, 6 20mm cannons, and 4 12.7mm machine guns. This setup was typical for the UA Navy during World War II. However, as the main force of the Country F Navy, there were also Hamilton-class cruisers that were eliminated by 2 UA Coast Guards. In August 2011, the UA handed a retired Hamilton-class patrol ship to Country F that was renamed Gregory by Country F and considered the most advanced among the F Navy warships. However, the backwardness of the equipment didn't prevent them from despising Xian in their hearts. They feared a confrontation against Hua, but beating a small country like Xian was no problem at all. 51 major combat ships, and more than 50 auxiliary ships for a total of more than 100 warships lined up near the border in the Western Pacific. Naval soldiers raised their heads high, fully armed. They looked quite like the king of the military. Lieutenant Colonel Millennium, who served as the Commander-in-Chief of Operations, was also considered young and promising in Country F politics. During his tenure as commander of the Country F Navy, he commanded a landing attack exercise jointly organized by the Marine Corps and the UA Army and proposed a strategy of frontline first, participated in the 116th anniversary celebration of the founding army, and proposed the construction of a naval base. Standing in the command tower of the flagship Hamilton-class patrol ship, General Millennium adjusted his naval cap. His hands were behind his back while he gazed out at the peaceful ocean. In this overwhelming war, he was thinking up ways to humiliate his opponent that dared to simultaneously challenge them. Country F needed a real victory to demonstrate its naval strength to the world in order to deter the young from frequently harassing their borders. Guardian-class frigate. It was indeed very powerful, Russian weapons always dominated. But he heard that the idiot demolished the ship's 100mm A-190 gun and replaced it with a cannon that couldn't be recognized at all. The wide, flat barrel was like a tuning fork lying down, and Millennium didn't consider it a threat to the Hamilton under his control. Without the most important main cannon, with just 2 14.5mm machine guns, what could the Guardian-class frigate even do? Millennium knew that while the Russians sold the ship to Jiang Chen, both its anti-aircraft missiles and anti-ship missiles were dismantled. After all, these equipment were considered military secrets. Even as a business partner, Russia didn't have any reason to share all of its knowledge. Adjutant went to his side and sharply saluted him. 5 FA-50s have arrived and are currently in cruise mode. Harpoon 1 is requesting attack commands. Millennium smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he asked an irrelevant question. Rolando, in your opinion, what suit color is the most appropriate for attending a celebration ceremony? Roland took a moment to process before smiling pleasantly. I recommend the blue one. Just as I thought, that's my favorite suit, Millennium said before narrowing his eyes at the distant horizon and reciting in an ancient dialect poem. Our warriors have been eager while the opponent is still on the road. However, this general had no poetic abilities. 2 sentences in and he was stuck. Next to the general, the first mates were watching, and Millennium's expression couldn't be more embarrassed. Roland, watching the scene, immediately stepped in to divert people from the embarrassment. They are so slow. It's as if they're heading to an execution. Yes. It's like heading to an execution. Millennium laughed and patted Roland's shoulder. He was glad his subordinates were witty to save him from embarrassment. No more waiting, pass on my orders. All ships push forward with speed 6 nautical miles. If they don't come, we'll go conquer them. Also regarding our flight formation, they're approved for attack. Roger. Roland straightened his back with his face red in excitement. He roared into the radio, "This is the control tower. Harpoon 1, target the enemy ship, attack permission granted." Harpoon 1. There was no response from the radio. Roland's expression began to change. He had a bad feeling. Just then, on the deck outside the command tower, someone screamed and pointed at the clear sky. "What's that?" Among the clouds, a fighter jet soared by before 2 explosions blossomed in the air. The pieces falling had FA engraved on them before smashing into the ocean. Like a tiger in a herd of sheep, Aurora 20's machine guns shredded FA-50's fragile armor while repeating the cycle with its high mobility. The second they engaged in battle, 2 FAs were taken down. The other 3 FA-50s, who realized something was wrong, attempted to escape the lock-on by guided missiles. But the 2 Auroras didn't give them the opportunity to escape. The trails of 5 ignitions interweaved in the sky. After a moment of battle, 3 more explosions rang out in the sky. The F Navy, which understood the situation immediately, started to fire into the air, but Aurora 20s dodged swiftly like seagulls. They dropped 2 missiles before quickly ascending above the clouds. The heat-luring missiles danced in the air and disrupted the anti-air missiles originally intended for them. Raja destroyer has been hit. The ammunition bunker is on fire. Ha! Chimera anti-submarine ship has been hit. The deck is collapsing. Millennium looked pale because too much information was being shouted at him. He couldn't handle it all at the same time. His previous ease had been brutally crushed. He raised his trembling fingers and adjusted his crooked navy cap, but it couldn't be fixed somehow. "Sir," the captain looked equally as pale as Millennium. His ominous feeling grew stronger. But he couldn't say the word retreat. Just then, an unexpected incident happened again. An orange-red arc pierced through the still waves and broke through the side of the Hamilton-class cruiser leading the fleet without warning, leaving a staggering hole. The hull was exposed by the large kinetic force and pushed it down into the ocean. Water flooded in and instantly submerged the ship that was regarded as the pride of Country F. Millennium looked pale white. The previous conceit on his face could no longer be seen. His adjutant, Rolando, had forgotten his language abilities completely. His pupils blankly zoomed into the calm ocean. They hadn't even seen the shadow of the enemy ship before they were pierced by shells. Yes, this was an asymmetrical war. But the asymmetrical advantage didn't belong to them, it belonged to the opposing side. Run! His fictitious arrogance was crushed. Millennium used his last bit of courage to yell the word into the radio. The Country F Navy began to disperse, turn around, and flee. But the 2 Guardian-class frigates that already arrived at the border wouldn't let them soust. The raised electromagnetic pulse cannon repeatedly charged and fired. The orange tails under the influence of the Earth's gravitational force drew out a large curvature in the sky. Under the observation of the Sky IX-1, it constantly rained down on the fleeing Country F ships. The 2 Kilo-class submarines shifted around the edge of the battlefield. They used torpedoes to sink any ships attempting to escape, like fishing boats that dispersed fish. The Country F Navy's nightmare had just begun. Pieces of steel appeared and vanished in the waves as did the cries and prayers hidden among the explosions. Fires kindled on the surface of the ocean and matched the redness in the horizon. In that instant it was hard to distinguish where the actual sunset was. The terror of a quarantined city spread like the plague in people's minds. Although Country F sent 2 divisions of forces to control the situation, the gloom of death still lingered in people's minds. A city with more than 100,000 people only had 70,000 left. The entire east side lost control and the majority of the west side was lost as well. The government forces spent a night defeating the attacking guerrillas, then spent an entire day in the south area of the west side of the city to create a safe zone with barbed fences. The second day after the plane crash, the government forces established a quarantine in the city and limited the zombies inside the city K. At the same time, helicopters hovered around the boundaries of the city while searching for any zombies that might have escaped. At the same time, the country F government sent out cargo planes and airdropped humanitarian aid to zombie-occupied areas. Along with the aid were small books on how to survive in zombie-occupied areas, reminding people to remain hopeful in the face of disaster. Based on estimates, there were still 10,000 people struggling in occupied areas. They could either be uninfected or the few lucky ones immune to the virus. Regardless, they were in an extremely dangerous situation, but the country F government could no longer divert any more helicopters to rescue them. Even international aid groups weren't permitted to enter due to the danger of the virus and the influence of the civil zone. People in the safe zone also suffered. 70,000 people were stuffed in a separated zone only a few square kilometers large, unable to really live their lives. The living spaces were crowded. The lack of necessities caused chaos for security. In despair, the ugly side of humans was fully exposed. People fought over boxes of antibiotics and sold their bodies for a piece of bread. The cleaners responsible for health inspection controlled everyone's lives. The soldiers responsible for distributing humanitarian aid could freely determine who would be fed. Aside from the soldiers who didn't approach the area, they were the emperors of the safe zone. No media outlets were permitted to enter the area. No one knew what was happening there, no one knew how long the quarantine would last, and no one knew if they still had the zombie virus hidden in their bodies. To all of society, they were dangerous, and at least before a vaccine was found, they couldn't return to society. It was a source of despair. This place was no different than a concentration camp. It only took 2 days for the situation to deteriorate to this point. On the third day, the situation in City K was under control. The 21st Infantry Division pushed its defense line to the south. At the same time, the 14th Division sent out a mechanized brigade to push from the safe zone to the K River and repair the bridge. But the commander clearly underestimated the strength of the zombies. The mechanized brigade didn't even reach the bridge before they experienced heavy casualties. In theory, the soldiers with hot weapons shouldn't be at a disadvantage against the zombies, but reality dictated otherwise. While the equipment of Country F's land forces wasn't as terrible as the Navy's, their training level was exceptionally low. This point wasn't demonstrated by their ability to shoot but their ability to adapt in battle. Firing at unarmed civilians, even with orders from the commander, meant the soldiers executing the orders had to bear a great amount of mental pressure. This pressure arose from the sense of morality built since they were born from the restriction of living in a society governed by laws. They knew it was wrong, but they had to do it. A lot of people unable to withstand the pressure unleashed fire onto hordes of zombies while relinquishing their fear through bullets, but they forgot the importance of shooting their heads. Against zombies, this was a critical error. What made the soldiers even more distraught was that they had to press the trigger against their comrades who had been bitten. No medicine could treat them now. The only way to end their misery was death, at least for now. Why didn't they push forward with the help of the artillery? Because of damned humanitarianism. As long as there was a single civilian left in the city, as long as the outside world remained civilized, the Country F government forces wouldn't permit firing in its own city. Countless eyes were watching them, so politicians wouldn't allow them, and the media wouldn't allow them. They faced a great deal of pressure already, firing bullets at the heads of patients instead of using tranquilizers. The city was a mess, and it was a mess they had to take care of. Aquino thought of burning down the entire city more than once. He wanted to just burn the insane and the virus in a great fire. But it wasn't possible unless he wanted to face charges of crimes against humanity. Just as the mechanized brigade returned to the safe area with low morale, Country F's Ministry of Foreign Affairs received the declaration of war from Celestial Trade. 3 hours ago, the Navy fleet at the border was completely wiped out. 2.5 hours ago, Country F's presidential palace repeatedly confirmed the accuracy of the information with the Country F Navy's command center. 2 hours ago, the information was passed to the 2nd Army commander stationed at City K. At the same time, Celestial Trade's Marines landed at the port of Dal. At the moment, Lieutenant General Belly stood in the interim command headquarters and held a simple meeting. Just then, an officer entered the barracks, interrupting the meeting in progress. "What's the matter, Sergeant Cavell?" Sergeant Cavell saluted, stood upright and made his report. According to the pictures taken by UA satellites, after the naval blockade was broken through, Celestial Trade Marines landed at Port D. It is suspected that heavy weapons have also landed. What about the UA military? This was the most important issue to Belly. The aircraft carrier is quiet for the time being. The capital said it would provide intelligence support for our operations via satellites and provide assistance in resolving the issue through diplomatic mediation, Cavell replied. "These treacherous cowards," Belly scoffed, slashing the map with his marker. At present, Jiang Chen was unconscious. The reason why the UA offered such an appeasement strategy was in fear that the unscrupulous Celestial Trade would overreact. Another reason was its uncertainty in its combat strength. Guardian-class frigate electromagnetic pulse cannons and Aurora 20's combat performance shocked the Stan aircraft carrier monitoring the battle through the Global Hawk unmanned aerial drone. Therefore, the capital had to re-evaluate the strength of XIN while discussing the necessity of adjusting its diplomatic strategy toward the country. Although the Hamilton-class cruiser was a decommissioned ship from the Coastal Guards, it was still too strong to be pierced by one shell. In particular, this semi-curved shell wasn't a missile, thus it couldn't be defended against by anti-missile defenses. They weren't going to take the risk until they were certain the Stan aircraft carrier could take the hit. After all, the real opponent in the region was Hua. Even if they finished off XIN's navy, it would be detrimental for them if the aircraft carrier battle group around the region was damaged. Yes, they didn't think the 2 Guardian-class frigates would be worthy opponents for the aircraft carrier battle group. No matter how powerful they were just 2 frigates. Compared to the battle group with comprehensive battle functions, their abilities couldn't compare. No one suspected that it would hurt if these 2 ants bit them. There were still a lot more things to discuss, but before they could reach a conclusion, the Celestial Trade soldiers would likely beat F down already. That was the essence of a blitz. In this region, the 21st Division has already established a line of defense deployed with anti-air cannons and machine guns. I need you to take the 15th Mountain Range Division to traverse through the mountains to the east of K River and deploy the new mid-range anti-air missiles UA provided us at these 5 points, as well as artillery support to provide coverage for the 21st Division to the west of the river. Also, mobilize the 101st Mechanized Brigade in the northeast to the rural area of the city. Once the enemy focus on the defensive line is established along the river, push the 101st Mechanized Brigade forward while cooperating with the 19th Paratrooper Division to attack the Port D. We need to push the arrogant XIN soldiers into the sea. Make the foolish Navy realize the abilities of our land forces. With this setup, the roads from the port to City K were completely blocked by the firepower of 2 divisions. Any forces attempting to break through the defense had to pay a heavy price. Defense. How long will this war last? The supply officer turned his pen and looked at Belly. Perhaps half a year, perhaps only a month. If they're foolish enough to dive into our line of defense, maybe it'll only last 10 days. Seeing that the conference was coming to an end, an officer joked around. A proud curvature appeared on Belly's mouth. He fully agreed with his subordinate's comment, although he didn't think the enemy would be foolish enough to seek their own death. At the very least, Country F's military power was ranked 25th in the world, that is, after being dragged down by the useless bastards from the Navy. Although this ranking was nothing to be proud of, they didn't fear Xin as they hadn't even made it onto the rankings. While Country F was busy establishing its defense line, the two Guardian-class frigates were already approaching Port D. The electromagnetic pulse cannon was set up while waiting for its firing orders. A night of preparation and rest. 1,000 celestial trade soldiers in kinetic skeletons already boarded the landing ship to enter the port, then took control of the region Moro set out for them. 10 large cargo helicopters were waiting for orders on the empty ground, waiting for strike orders. MLL islands were mostly mountainous and covered in forests, which made it difficult for armed units to engage in combat. This was extremely beneficial for both Moro guerrillas and celestial trade. Ivan, with his general's cap and shades, took the helicopter and arrived at Port D again. This time, he arrived as the commander. Moro's 5th Infantry Division arrived at the airport for their welcoming, and the two powerful hands shook together. Prepared and ready to go. Prepared and ready to go. Ivan took off his shades and stuffed them into his chest pocket. Then let the battle begin. In the bushes, two soldiers leaned against a tree while cautiously scanning their surroundings. Behind them were anti-air machine guns. These weapons were usually powerless against fighters, but once they formed a numerical advantage, even 4th-generation fighters would be afraid of diving through the dense waves of bullets. Beside the anti-air machine guns was a box of Spike RPG rockets. It was provided by UA as an addition to Country F's close-range air defense. The surroundings were quiet with only the sound of bugs heard, unique to subtropical rainforests. The humid climate made it extremely easy to feel sleepy. In order to not fall asleep, the two soldiers began to chat. How long do you think the war will last? I don't know, maybe 2 months. Or it could be 3 months. That's so problematic. Why can't I be a part of the 14th Division? The man with a mustache drove away the butterfly resting on top of his rifle as he muttered in annoyance. The 14th Division. Is it fun to be with the infected? I remember all the people who had to sign a voluntary disclosure. Until a vaccine comes out, you can't come out after you go in. A young-looking man rested his rifle on his arm and laughed. You don't understand. The man with the mustache laughed, got closer and whispered, the cleaners are the emperors on the inside, but being a cleaner is still a bit dangerous since you have to interact with the infected. The people in logistics have the best jobs, think about all the girls in the safe zone. You can play with them however you want. What if you can't come out? Then I can't come out, the man said decisively. I have a girlfriend. A breeze of wind blew by and the young man scanned the still bushes with disinterest. If you go there, you'll have a lot of girlfriends, the man with a mustache joked. While the two chattered, a transparent ghost sneaked by the two of them. The infrared indicator the size of a button was placed not far behind them. The faint light under the disguise of the bushes was as unnoticeable as a ladybug among ferns. When all the markers were placed, the ghost agent arrived at the edge of the battlefield and retreated through a small helicopter. On the helicopter, she opened her communication device. All markers have been placed. At the same time, 10,000 meters in the sky, an Aurora 20 pilot ended cruising mode and opened the infrared radar. Affirmative. On the black and white screen, tons of red square boxes instantly locked onto the white signal source. The pilot checked the radar, confirmed the attack radius and height, and opened the safety switch before pressing the red button. This is Shooter 2, MXJ-11 is starting to deploy. The button of the hull opened and a bomb painted with red paint separated from the rack. Without a bright trail of flames, it was only an unnoticeable black dot that dropped from the sky. When its elevation reached 2,000 meters, the shell of the bomb instantly separated, exposing the bullets inside. Like seeds dropped from a seeding plane, they bloomed into flowers in the green forest. Its name was Death. The explosion came out of nowhere in the targeted forest. Sparks and shrapnel flew in the forest and shredded everything in the vicinity. It was the rain of death. MXJ-11, nicknamed smallpox, weighed 1,200 pounds, was divided into high explosive and piercing types, and belonged to Pak-N guided cluster bombs, an imitation version. An MXJ-11 contained 88 sub-bombs with end guidance that, when thrown to a specified height, released all the sub-bombs and eliminated all locked targets in the target area under the screening of the intelligence program. 74 air defense targets were eliminated in a flash. The airstrike came from 10,000 meters above and the sentinels on guard didn't even have the time to take cover from the explosions. Because the explosions were too dazzling, the pilot turned off the infrared instrument and pressed the radio on the helmet. This is Shooter 2. Air defense points have been cleared, over. Shooter 3 and 4, received. Short-range attack initiated. Shooter 1 and 5, the enemy little birds are left to you. Roger, then let the hunting begin. 4 fighters broke through the cloud, diving down from the sky. The series of explosions destroyed all the air defense firepower of F's 21st Division. It also dazed all the soldiers hidden in the forest. Without a lot of time to react, the honing noise of an airstrike approached them. Enemy fighters detected. Damn it, they're shooting at our people. Where are our anti-air cannons? We need assistance. A reconnaissance soldier curled behind a sandbag while shouting into the radio. There was no response. He couldn't see that inside the barracks of the commanding soldier, the commander was lying in a pool of blood along with his assistant and bodyguard. There was a terrifying bloody hole on his forehead. The perpetrator of this crime, the ghost agent, was long gone. Soaring airstrikes replied to the shouting of the reconnaissance soldier. The infantry, 10 meters away from him, turned into dust along with the sandbag he hid behind due to the fire of 27mm machine guns. Then he saw 10 explosions in the sky. The explosions belonged, without a doubt, to the FA-50s of the country F Air Force. It was their most proud creation, the 4th generational plane based on the original SK Golden Eagle design. It marked the friendship between country SK and country F. But it was now turned to pieces. In the direction of Port D, missiles launched into the air one by one. The country F soldiers watched the missiles covering their zone of control in despair. But what shocked them was that the missiles didn't cause any casualties, as if they malfunctioned. Only arcs of electricity flashed in the area before instantly disappearing. The hiding reconnaissance soldier wanted to report the information back to the command center, but he was instantly stunned. The radio was broken. Not only his radio, but his GPS, watch, electronic scope, and even his flashlight all stopped working. His face looked like he had just seen a ghost. In modern warfare, losing access to information meant losing everything. The soldiers who lost their command system were like rats locked in a cage, they would await their deaths in darkness and chaos. The EMP missiles destroyed all the electronic equipment in the area and the entire 21st Division had lost communication. At the same time, Moro's 5th Infantry Division launched their attack. The guerrillas never fought an easier war than this. Under the stimulation of friendly firepower, they charged forward as if they were on stimulants. The country F soldiers that lost all communication fled as if they were flies without heads. Under the attack of thousands of guerrillas, they had to fight for their own lives. The soaring Aurora 20s made their rockets and cannons into a nightmare country F soldiers tried their best to avoid. Flames spread in the subtropical rainforest as they were thirsty for splattered blood. Under attack from the Moro 5th Infantry Division, F's 21st Division collapsed without much of a fight. At the same time, Celestial Trades Marines boarded the helicopters and landed east of the mountain. 1,000 soldiers in kinetic skeletons under fire coverage from ship cannons, fighters, and drones pursued the 15th Mountain Range Division. Against agile kinetic skeletons, even if F soldiers were at a numerical advantage, they were disadvantaged in this battle. It was a one-sided battle. The battle didn't last for too long. The Second Army Command Post didn't have time to react before news of the breakdown of their frontline arrived on Belly's table. Retreat. Make the 15th Division retreat. And the dumbases from 21st Division. Fuck, useless. Belly pounded his table in anger and his cap even flew off. The soldier looked nervously at him. Commander, why are you not going? Belly wanted to slap this guy. People were dying every second, and his heart was bleeding. The 15th Division is surrounded. Belly took a moment to process this before he gulped with unease. What about the 21st Division? We're unable to get a hold of the 21st Division. Commander? Commander! Where are you going? The soldier looked at Belly, who rushed out the door in shock. His cap had yet to be picked up from the floor. He climbed into his car and rudely ordered the driver to take him to the 14th Division Command Post in City K. The pupils of the commander were filled with fear and ferocity. This wasn't a war. This was a slaughter. Chapter 580. You don't have another choice. The 21st Division that lost contact was wiped out by Moro guerrillas. Including the commander, all 6,000 soldiers were captured. The 15th Mountain Range Division under suppressive fire by ship cannons and fighter planes suffered heavy losses in their equipment and they chose to surrender to Celestial Trade. Therefore, the Celestial Trade Marines achieved an outstanding record of 1,000 people capturing 7,000 soldiers. In this asymmetrical war, the disadvantaged side had no ability to fight back at all. Country F, who gathered all their forces, faced defeat just like Iraq in the Gulf War. Through satellites in synchronous orbit, the one-sided war was broadcasted to the aircraft carrier battle group hundreds of kilometers out. The pilots who boarded the fighter jets were ordered to exit the plane, the bombers inspecting weapons and ammunition returned to the hangar, and the fully equipped Marines unloaded their rifles and walked out of the helicopters. At the control tower, Captain Huffman stared at the screen with a troubled look before squeezing out 2 words. What a bunch of trash. Indeed, trash. The second-in-command who stood beside him gulped and repeated his words in the same troubled voice. Regarding Country F, their ally who couldn't be helped no matter how hard they tried, the UA soldiers stationed in Asia despised them from the bottoms of their hearts. But now, they felt sympathy for the 2 divisions who were bulldozed through. Report to the capital. What about the battle readiness? Deactivate it for now. Captain Huffman left the command room without turning his head, leaving the second-in-command staring at the communicator inside. At the same time, in Xi'an, hundreds of kilometers out, inside the detention room of the military base on New Moon Island, a Slavic-looking man sat on the bench while looking gloomily at Jiang Chen sitting across from him. He had been locked up there for the past few days, but Celestial Trade didn't torture him. Not only did they give him 2 nutrient supply packs a day, but they also gave him a copy of the newspaper. They didn't interrogate him at all. Looks like you're not injured. Ladyshev said with a gloomy expression. You should thank me for my kindness, at least my people still let you read the news. Jiang Chen crossed his fingers in front of his kneecap. But for your neighbor, we're repeatedly testing the limits of his regeneration abilities. A drop of sweat rolled down from Ladysev's forehead, and his chin quivered. You're the devil. You really think so? Jiang Chen laughed, leaned into his chair, then pushed a document in front of the Slavic man. He received the good news from the front lines already, and now he had plenty of time to take care of miscellaneous things. Ladyshev scanned the document before looking at Jiang Chen with questions in his eyes. Can you not read? This is the death count for City K. This number is updated every day. A total of 253,000 people died because of the virus you spread. Who is the devil? It's you, Mr. Ladyshev. Jiang Chen tapped his shadow reflected on the bulletproof glass. Ladyshev looked at Jiang Chen, unbothered. As a mercenary, he didn't feel guilty for the actions he committed. The money he earned was all money stained with blood anyways. If he made a mistake during a mission, he would just become part of that casualty count. Suddenly, he realized something odd. How do you know my name? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and laughed. Not only do I know your name, but I know you have 2 daughters and 1 son who are at a welfare institution in Thrace, Republic of Macedonia. Your oldest daughter is in high school, and your youngest daughter is in the hospital. I also know your ex-wife is currently an assistant at a broadcasting channel at the Balkans. She's still single and still interacts with you over the phone. That's enough. Ladyshev was breathing heavily while looking at the expressionless Jiang Chen with his pupils glowing red. He looked like a monster trapped in a cage. His pupils were mixed with warning, threat, and powerless fear. Upon seeing this, a smile appeared on Jiang Chen's lips. Although it wasn't moral to threaten people with their family, he didn't have the luxury to be picky. Who told you this? Ladyshev squeezed out these words between his teeth. There were 3 people in total. Other than the already deceased Mr. Giles, my friends, the Moro guerrillas, captured another one of your people. Obviously, not everyone could resist our truth-telling serum. Although he didn't have too much information in his head, it contained some interesting facts surprisingly. Jiang Chen's body leaned slightly forward and he put his crossed fingers onto the table. I'm really curious as to why would someone like you join the Kurofune. You should know that their actions will destroy the world. Everyone, including your lover and children, won't survive, and that also includes you. Then let it be destroyed since this world is corrupt to the bone, especially since the Kurofune will arrive in 100 years, I won't live to see the apocalypse in my lifetime, Ladyshev sneered. Insignificant figures wouldn't ever feel worried about the world after their deaths because they never made lasting marks on this planet. Jiang Chen understood why he thought that way. If it wasn't for his massive assets, he wouldn't bother caring about the colonization ship either. This is quite an important piece of information. The Kurofune you described will arrive in 100 years, Jiang Chen wrote it down in his notebook then looked at him. And then? I want to know your motive. Money. Ladyshev, who could be read like a book, no longer disguised any information. He spoke honestly. Then I'll give you money to buy the information in your head. Jiang Chen pleasantly offered. To him, any problem that could be solved with money wasn't a problem at all. But Ladyshev scorned and mocked him. Do you think I need money for myself? For your little daughter? Jiang Chen flipped through his information and speculated nonchalantly. For my family, Ladyshev said emotionlessly. If I reveal anything, they will kill my family. Trust me, their penetration in this world is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Is that so? Jiang Chen didn't question that. He pressed the tablet a few times and opened a picture, then he pushed it in front of Ladyshev. But to me, they're just a bunch of sewer rats. Ladyshev's body leaned forward and he moved closer to the tablet with his eyebrows raised. The picture was an Italian-style red brick structure with a crowded scene. In front of a clothing shop, a blonde woman held onto the hand of a little girl to shop inside. Suddenly, he realized the location was his hometown, a small town in Macedonia, Thrace. The woman was his ex-wife and the girl she was holding onto was his older daughter. They were picking out clothes for the little daughter. You haven't been back for a while, right? Jiang Chen asked. Your people are following them? Ladyshev lowered his voice. They are protecting them. You should notice that after you were captured, a few men with unknown origins appeared. If they find out you leaked the information, they will. Jiang Chen made a shooting gesture with a smile. Don't you want to save them? Ladyshev's throat moved. His eyes were torn with hesitation. Jiang Chen acutely noticed this and covered the proud curvature on his mouth while staring straight into his pupils. You will save them? Of course. How can you guarantee that? These continuous questions exposed the uncertainty in Ladyshev's mind. Now, to gain his cooperation, Jiang Chen just needed to be firm. You don't have another choice. Watch them die, or join us and save them. The decision is in your hands, Mr. Ladisiv. Yes, aside from trusting Jiang Chen, he had no other choice. Ladisiv zoomed onto the woman in the tablet. His gloomy voice muttered, "If you break your promise, I'll wait for you in hell, don't worry. I don't think I'll go to hell after I die." Jiang Chen started to spin his pen again with a smile. Chapter 581 Soldiers surrounding the city. Santos still could not believe it. Even when the joyous division commander of the 5th Division placed the report in front of him, Santos still could not believe that the victory came so easily. Against the advanced equipment and sophisticated training of Country F's troops, the guerrillas seldom won in battles. They only relied on terrain advantages as the armor units couldn't traverse across the mountains and jungles. Therefore, they regained a little advantage in those battles. The guerrillas constantly tested the bottom line of Country F's government through the stalemate. However, with the support of celestial trade, his troops defeated 2 divisions of Country F's government forces and advanced to the suburbs of City K again 3 days later. If it were not for the fact that Country F would not give up City K, Aquino might have brought up negotiations in exchange for the return of thousands of captured prisoners, 2 division commanders, and the Navy admiral. The fiasco on MLL Island was well beyond Country F's capabilities and beyond the capacity of Aquino authority. UA's reluctance to come to their aid may also be because of hidden reasons. Originally the Army commander and the Navy commander vowed to him that they would surely win. Now, one turned into a turtle with his head shrunk in its shell while the other became a prisoner of war of celestial trade. Country F Navy had more than 120 ships in total. Almost all the ships were mobilized to demonstrate its prowess. The result was that 101 ships were destroyed in the Pacific Ocean and more than 4,000 sailors were captured as prisoners of war. Not to mention the grief of Aquino, the pace of celestial trade's advancement also terrified the capital on the other side of the earth. However, they also didn't have a solution. After learning about the naval battle on the border, the UA president immediately contacted Zhang Yaping, who was currently in the capital for a diplomatic visit. He expressed the hope that he would restrain celestial trade's behavior. What he meant was, "You already made so much trouble, it is time to stop." However, President Zhang Yaping expressed that there was nothing he could do. Strictly speaking, celestial trade was a private military contractor and was not controlled by the country. It participated as a mercenary in the Civil War and did not violate international laws. And since the UA was the largest military contractor in the world, their mercenaries were notorious overseas. From this perspective, the UA couldn't denounce celestial trade. Of course, the so-called jurisprudence was only excuses and sounded rhetoric. The real fear of the capital was those weapons showcased in the war. Not to mention that the mysterious Sky Reaper, Aurora 20, the daunting ship-based electromagnetic pulse cannon was studied by the Department of Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA. It was one of the research projects carried out by DARPA. Yet even the state-of-the-art experimental electromagnetic pulse cannons equipped on its aircraft carrier now couldn't reach the horrifying destruction they observed from their spy satellites. One cannon shot that sunk the Hamilton patrol ship was something many UA warships could do. But one cannon shot from 100 kilometers away that could put a hole through the ship was a different story. Moreover, the precision was something unheard of at that range for conventional artillery. Also, the Aurora 20 demonstrated excellent performance in the dogfight with the FA-50, which also made the capital cautious. According to the assessment report, a conservative estimate of 30% loss to the aircraft carrier battle group was likely to result if UA tried to re-establish the non-flying zone in MLL Island airspace given the presence of celestial trade. It was a conservative estimate. In peaceful times, a high loss was unacceptable to the capital. The crash of the F-35 already left the capital in a mess with pacifists still surrounding the capital with signs and photos of the pilot. What's more, the strategic role of the aircraft carrier battle group was to contain Hua. Unwise intervention in the conflict between Country F and Xian would result in the disruption of UA's strategic deployment in the region. The outbreak of the zombie virus in City K gave the greatest headache to the capital. Because of Country F's control of the news, media reports generally suspected that the virus was a biochemical weapon deployed by Country F government in City K. Aquino did not have enough evidence to clarify this point, but just used lies and slander against the media. Any mature politician would be aware of how foolish it was to scold the media. However, even the most mature politician would have a hard time remaining rational during this time. In many cases, it was not wise to publicly support the Country F government at this moment. Of course, some politicians also proposed that Moro would leak the virus to the terrorists, given Moro's current hostility toward the UA. An appeasement strategy would be no different from a chronic poison. After all, there was currently no vaccine or antidote to control this virus. Once the virus was spread in a densely populated area, the consequences would be disastrous. Although The Walking Dead had a good rating, this did not mean that the people really wanted their country to become a zombie land. It was precisely because of this that some politicians also immediately proposed that the UA Marine Corps be sent to City K. Or at least peacekeeping troops, and the WHO's medical team should be dispatched to bring the city into the joint control of the international community. Viruses that threaten human society should be managed by all of humanity. As the capital discussed which tactics to adopt, the Celestial Trade Marine Corps assembled in the southern mountain ranges of City K, redeploying artilleries using transport helicopters. The 5th Moro Guerrilla Division, after having confiscated Country F's UA-made equipment, became the division with the most sophisticated equipment in the country. After a short reorganization period, all prisoners were taken over by the 6th Division, and the 5th Infantry Division followed the path of Celestial Trade Marine Corps and captured the largest airport in northern MLL Island, City K International Airport, with the help of the Aurora 20. With 2 divisions defeated in a day, Country F Army's morale was completely destroyed. When they defended the airport, they didn't offer too much resistance before they retreated toward City K. The morale of the 14th Division stationed in City K hit rock bottom. The constant sound of fighters soaring above them made them hide under cover. The noise previously belonged to their allies, but now it has turned into a nightmare. They could only shiver in the bunker while keeping their heads low. The battles in the city was not as easy as the battles in the jungle, especially with Country F's defensive stance. The 14th Division was one of the most elite military units in Country F's army. Not only has it participated in the joint military exercises, but the 2 motorized brigades were the only modernized units that were appraised by the UA instructors. As Aquino was determined to protect City K at all cost, Country F Army commander mobilized another tank brigade from the Northern Theater to strengthen defenses. In order to make up for deficiencies in their air force, the original decommissioned F-58 Freedom Fighter was also dragged out from the grave and entered service after some simple maintenance. The F-5A accompanied the OV-10 Mustang fighter to fill the blank in their air force. However, Country F's pilots were fearful toward the flight of death. Using F-5A to combat Aurora 20, which was unmatched even by the FA-50, was like using a toothpick to poke an elephant. They simply didn't have the courage to climb into the cockpit. With the low morale in the military, Aquino in a deep rage couldn't do anything about this fate. He had to visit the army countless times to boost their morale through passionate speeches. But the soldiers' reactions were mild, his speeches were received by sparse applause and more supercilious looks. In order to not cause the leader to be sad, the observant Country F military officers gave each soldier a pair of sunglasses. While Country F was in crisis, Tanaka from Takeda Pharmaceutical was under political inquiry from the Nippon government. The spread of the virus far exceeded the expectations of the Prime Minister. Not only did Jiang Chen not die, Xian also put the blame on Country F and sent troops as a response. Country F was one of the strategic allies of Nippon, and Nippon was not willing to see one of its allies be attacked. Country F served a key role in containing Hua in the region, especially given the close relationship between Hua and Xin lately. Also, the mutiny committed by the F-35 made the Nippon government fearful of Kurofune. The dog that was being raised by them even extended its claws to its master without their knowledge. CIB was now involved in the current investigation. Nippon politicians knew how sensitive the UA was to conspiracy. In order not to bring trouble, it was necessary to train this disobedient dog. Mr. Tanaka, don't you think you should really explain what happened these 3 days? A long table made to seat 12 was filled with all the Nippon parliament members. Tanaka sat at the end of the table and responded to all the criticisms with a smile. Explain. I don't think I need to explain, Mr. Akasaka, Tanaka said with a smile. Don't need to explain. Our strategic ally in the region suffered heavy losses, and you're saying you don't need to explain. Mr. Tanaka, we gave you the operational freedom not for you to forget your own identity. Akasaka knocked on the table while blurting out aggressively. Most importantly, Jiang Chen didn't die. Nishio pushed up the frameless glasses on his nose. By the looks of it, our plan to expand influence in Xian and acquire future technology won't be able to take place. Takeda Pharmaceutical Board shares the same thoughts. While exposing the dangerous virus increased the company's stock price in the short term, it didn't create growth in our revenue. Tanaka's expression was extremely calm in front of the criticisms from the Nippon parliament members and the board representative of the sponsor. Didn't you all agree to test the virus in country F? Tanaka's one sentence silenced the room. Just like what Tanaka said, testing the virus in country F was the Nippon parliament members' decision. Although Tanaka first proposed to test the virus in Wanghai, it was vetoed by the assembly. While the virus was prepared for Han, the timing was absolutely off. Nippon hoped to produce more finished products and spread the virus simultaneous to deal the killing blow to the annoying archenemy. So that vest went onto the plane, and the plan was blown down near country F's sea territory. The previous crash was intended for City S that allowed for better containment, but it ended up crash landing in the City K on MLL Island. Just then, the defense minister who sat at the head of the table that has been silent spoke out. I just have one question, why did you decide to infiltrate the UA Navy? We didn't infiltrate anyone, and it is just Kurofune's advanced ideology that attracted Mr. Gordon. 2 years ago during his tour in East City, he came to find me asking to join the organization, Tanaka said. It is unwise to draw the attention of UA, the defense minister stared into Tanaka's eyes and said word by word. I will remember your words of caution, Tanaka put his head down and replied humbly. Ladisiv confessed everything without any information hidden, and the lie detector proved this point. First, it was the origin of Kurofune. Because 16 years ago a coincidental astronomical observation event caused Tanaka to join Kurofune and work for them. Wait, Tanaka is not the founder of Kurofune? After recording the specific details of Kurofune, Jiang Chen asked. Before the interrogation, Jiang Chen already told Ladisiv that Tanaka and the professor was the same person. No, the origin of Kurofune could be traced to pre-World War II. The Holy Emperor at the time was the honorary leader of Kurofune, and that was the most glorious time of the organization. But it didn't even appear in history. Because it is inappropriate for it to appear. Ladisiv paused, I only know one point, the Holy Emperor visited Europe in 1921 and met Felter in Belgium who was researching in the field of astronomy and biology. He took Felter back to Nippon after and funded his research in extraterritorial civilization which marked the founding of Kurofune. The ideology of the Kurofune before was, use the alien force to conquer the Earth. But after they established contact with extraterritorial civilization, the organization's belief started to change. They didn't manage to wait for the golden apple, Nippon lost, the Holy Emperor lost his power, a series of reasons that caused Kurofune to decline to the point of collapsing. And you managed to establish contact? Jiang Chen asked. Jiang Chen didn't feel too surprised by this. The fact Tanaka knew his ability already proved his point. Yes, I don't know the exact time, but it seemed to be at the end of the 90s. Since it was not something he was interested in, Ladyshev took some effort before he recollected his thoughts. Nippon was facing an unprecedented economic crisis at the time, and the entire country was in the gloom of bankruptcy. At the same time, it was the rise of Han. Perhaps at that time, someone's apocalyptic thought and determination gained the response for natural selection. Another question. I noticed that you mentioned the Golden Apple, then do you know about the Willy Society? During the Second World War, we were allies. But now, we are enemies. Why? Based on Tanaka's description, we had a fundamental difference in our communication channels, Ladyshev said. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes without saying anything. Ladyshev's words contained a lot of information that he needed time to process. A fundamental difference in communication channels. Did they contact two different groups of people? The two are enemies. Where did the difference arise, interest or belief? Let's put this question aside for now. I've a pretty good understand of Kurofune already. Now, Jiang Chen glanced at his watch, his pen tapping on the notebook. Why would you be immune to the truth-telling liquid? Ladyshev shook his head. That I don't know. I'm not a doctor, only a mercenary that did the dirty work for him. I don't even know what the truth-telling liquid is. I see. Jiang Chen pondered while he tapped on his shoulder. Ladyshev then seemed to have recalled something. But all the core members are injected with a special serum that could increase brain cell activity and muscle strength. Perhaps it has to do with that. Genetic vaccine. Jiang Chen's pupils narrowed. I don't know, Ladyshev shook his head. I just know that it is one of the few technologies that Kurofune actually gifted to the organization of Kurofune. They are very conservative with transferring technology to the point where it can be described as stingy. Also, their technology seems to be heavily focused on biotechnology, which is the most incredible point. Could biotechnology alone achieve galactic travel? Even Ladyshev without too much knowledge questioned this point. But Jiang Chen, who witnessed the humongous ship with his own eyes, didn't question if natural selection could reach Earth at all. If it is the genetic vaccine, that explains the regeneration ability of the captive. Jiang Chen nodded and muttered to himself. Should it be described as fortunate or unfortunate? Although they achieved a lot in biotechnology, from the effect of the genetic vaccine, their technology seemed to have stopped at pre-war levels or have even regressed. They did abandon the human body after all and stepped onto the path of harmony. Of course, he didn't eliminate the possibility where they were reserved about transferring technology. One last question. Why could I use that ability in City K? Without being able to disclose the details, Jiang Chen could only ask vaguely. Ladyshev was completely lost as Jiang Chen's ambiguous question. To be cautious, Tanaka clearly didn't tell him Jiang Chen's ability to interdimensional travel. The progress of the conversation stalled. Just as Jiang Chen was debating if he should ask the guards to leave and make the question more clear, Ladyshev spoke. Giles said that you couldn't escape in 3 days. He described the ability as some particle interference. I don't really understand, but it had to do with that Kurofune. Tanaka could contact natural selection through some means or Kurofune, in their words. At the same time, natural selection could use a method to interfere the Klein particles on Earth and stop his ability to travel. The time limit of this is likely to be 3 days, and this ability must have a cooldown time with a high cost. Or they could just continue to maintain this interference state and lock Jiang Chen eternally in the modern world. Then there would be no need to fight the war. Without utilizing the power from the apocalypse and just depending on the resources in the modern world, Jiang Chen had zero confidence to win at all. I appreciate all of this, Mr. Ladyshev. Humanity will remember your contribution. Also, you will be able to meet your family very soon on Koro Island. Because of Ladyshev's cooperation, the interrogation ended quickly. He was delighted because he managed to see the trap cards hidden in Tanaka's hand. I hope you can fulfill your promise. Of course, I will pay you a handsome reward. But in the next 5 years, you and your family will not be permitted to leave the border. You will be very safe living in Xian. The ghost agents and the army of celestial trade will guarantee that, Jiang Chen pleasantly said. When he felt pleasant, he didn't mind sharing his good mood. The rural area of City K, 3 kilometers from the front line. It was the modern world, but the cold northern gust was mixed with the desolateness of the apocalypse and scattered into the corners of the streets. City K had never snowed before, nor had it been this cold. In the dark corners, the homeless and stray dogs could occasionally be seen living together. The supermarket on the street had been long closed, leaving the hungry people inside searching for edible food. If they discovered fantastic loots, people who felt guilt would leave some cash on the unattended cashier, but most people chose to leave after they turned off their flashlight. It didn't make a difference since the pesos was worthless. The rich and the poor both starved. USD still had some purchasing power, but no one was willing to sell food or valuable medicines. Yesterday, the Moro guerrillas had pushed to there again, and this time, they were even more ferocious. But regardless if they arrive or not, no trucks packed with food would arrive. Since a couple of kilometers away, a terrifying infection crisis was happening. The civilians had long foregone their previous political stance, regardless of who is better, they wanted the stupid war to end. Whether it was Country F 14th Division that quarantined the city or the Moro guerrillas, they didn't look like good guys in the locals' eyes. As to celestial trade, they rarely appeared in the sight of the ordinary people. So the locals didn't have a much better impression on the mercenary with equipment comparable to an actual army. Invaders? Perhaps, but who cares? To prevent the Moro guerrillas from pushing forward, the 14th Division sent a large number of snipers and buried anti-personnel landmine at strategic locations. This did interfere with Moro's 5th Division's push forward. Since Moro lacked tanks and armored vehicles, their force was mostly comprised of infantries and machine gunners. The highly precise snipers were obtained from the hands of F's 21st Division. But not only did the guerrillas die under the scope of the snipers and landmines, but more civilians without combat experience also died. This place was the blind spot to humanitarianism. To get rid of the troublesome snipers, Celestial Trade chose to airstrike. The invisible ghost agents used laser positions to aim at the targets, and the Aurora, when he fired a stream of bullets over to shred the sniper and the building he hid in, into dust. To avoid causing civilian casualties, Jiang Chen ordered to avoid using bombs in the city area. It was not out of kindness. It was to avoid disadvantageous evidence against celestial trade in the international society. Even then, the snipers still delayed 2 days' time. The situation was about to end very soon. The night of December 31st, Celestial Trade's command center ordered a full-scale attack, launching an attack on City K during the night of New Year's Eve and eliminating Country F's modernized 14th Division and the Tank Brigade mobilizing for assistance. The goal was to take control of the city before January 2nd. The attack initiated from Celestial Trade's missiles. The EMP missiles first blew up on the east side of the city and completely destroyed 14th Division's electronic equipment. But since the 14th Division was the elite force of Country F, when the second missile was launched into the air, they launched an anti-missile attack on Celestial Trade's launch ground. 8 155mm cannons almost decimated an entire hill, but they didn't fire for long before they were turned into scraps by the missiles of Aurora, 20. To avoid the airstrike from Celestial Trade, Country F dug deep into their heads for methods out. For example, use gray cloths to cover the cannon, to hide the tanks among buildings, launch attacks when Moro soldiers were approaching. But when the EMP missiles arrived in the battle, all trickeries lost their purpose. Without the report from reconnaissance, the soldiers could only use smoke distance and instincts to fire. The situation of the tank brigade was better. Fortunately for the regressed equipment, the Scorpion reconnaissance tank used as the primary tank belonged to the last century anyway. While it was not designed with anti-radiation and anti-EMP functionality like the modern tanks, there was no advanced equipment to destroy. The 14th Division faced the same situation the defeated 21st Division faced. All electronic equipment was destroyed, and the control system completely collapsed. At the same time, the illuminating bombs rose into the air and lit up the pitch-black sky to the southwest of the city. With the assistance of the vehicle-mounted machine guns, the Moro 5th Division force with high morale started to take charge like a direct hit on the face of the 14th Division elites. On the other hand, under the stark contrast, the city's southeast corner was dead and dark. 500 Celestial Trade Marines under the transport of 10 heavy cargo planes airdropped to the edge of the zombie-occupied zone. Because they were injected with E-grade genetic vaccines, the soldiers were completely immune to the zombie virus. They didn't need to worry about infection despite not wearing protective suits. With the help of night vision goggles, the 500 soldiers and over 1,000 hummingbird drones were like a sharp blade in the darkness that stabbed fiercely at the heart of the 14th Division zone of control. With the guidance of Sky IX-1, they cleared out the cannons and anti-air machine guns scattered across the city. This night, the 14th Division soldiers felt a deep fear because of the asymmetrical war. The F-5A and Mustang fighters stationed at the Air Force Base refused to take over. Against the fighters that even the FA-50 could not defeat, everyone knew it would be a one-way trip. Santos felt unfortunate about this. He had seen the terrifying reaping ability of the Aurora 20. Other than the fifth-generation fighters on the aircraft carrier that could pose a limited threat, despite how many paper airplanes Country F sent, their only destiny was to rest on the ocean floor. 6 in the morning, the sun has yet to rise, but the battle in the city was mostly over. The defeat of the 14th Division was inevitable. The Tank Brigade and Mechanized Brigade all surrendered tomorrow, leaving only 10 snipers in the city, resisting. Belly left the 11th Infantry Division resisting in the safe zone and boarded a transport cargo anchored at the port. Because the city was under quarantine, all the cargoes were seized in the port. The order was personally signed by Aquino, but now that the flames of war were about to burn him, Belly couldn't care more. He took his guards and close officials to board the cargo, woke up the crew seized at the port and ordered them to leave the port. The explosions and flames soon broke out near the safe zone. Belly was cruising on the open sea. He only let a breath of relief after he saw City K turned into a black dot in the distance. Although the criticisms from the presidential palace and the media would make this life difficult for the next half of a year, at least he won't become a captive of the guerrillas, which made him feel somewhat reassured. How much longer before we arrive at City S? Around 1 hour more. Damn it, I finally know why the 21st Division lost communication. Standing beside him, the still startled Sergeant Cavell gulped. That's an odd missile. Belly's face was covered in gloom. Country F soldiers didn't lose on will or tactics, they lost on technology. The gap in the latter felt the most helpless. The former could be fixed with training and mental training, but the latter could not be fixed in a short period of time. Unless UA takes the risk of aggravating Hua and installs the missile defense system in Country F and sell Country F the latest 5th-generation jet, they didn't have any odds of winning at all. But thinking back, even if UA was willing to sell, they won't have the money to purchase. One 5th-generation jet cost over 100 million and the defense budget of Country F per year at most could purchase 2 jets. Just as Belly was thinking how he should handle Aquino's criticism, he didn't have the slightest idea how visible he was under the watch of the Sky IX-1 satellite. The zombies were indeed a problem for the Country F government force, Moro, and Celestial Trade. It was impossible to expect a bunch of poorly organized guerrillas to learn infection control despite they just took over 21 ST Division's UA weapons. Because it was the modern world, he couldn't use the apocalypse's way to resolve problems. What solution was the most direct in resolving the crisis at City K? The most efficient way was to launch thousands of burning bombs and scorch everything inside. And since the opponent was Country F, Jiang Chen wouldn't feel too burdened executing this order. And what was presented to him, in the end, will be a figure. But if he really did that, without needing this to process through his head, the world will not spare him as a butcher. City K was taken over, the outcome at MLL Island had been decided. Therefore, on the push toward the safe zone, the Moro 5th Division without armor protection did pay a heavy price. While the guerrillas performed well compared to the government force in shooting their previous kind, it wasn't much better. In the end, under the assistance of Celestial Trade Marines, the 5th Division under the pressure of the zombies eliminated the last mechanized brigade of the country F-14th Division. The last two remaining M113A2 armored vehicles chose to put out the white flag and surrender. The war was over. Other than some government forces still remaining in the northern area, Moro had established full control of the MLL Islands. Just like what Jiang Chen said, Celestial Trade will successfully knock the opponent out, and then drag their necks and force them to sign on the negotiation table. Without exaggeration, in modern warfare, the importance of negotiations could exceed all previous efforts. The latter only dictated how many people died, the former would determine how many will go die. Before Celestial Trade soldiers entered City K's safe zone, the survivors in the area rioted. Having robbed the shotguns and flamethrowers that belonged to the cleaners, and beating up at least 10 cleaners due to their build-up hatred, the survivors that occupied the safe zone had a brief standoff against the Moro guerrillas through the barbed fences. However, when they saw the captured armored vehicles and tanks drove over, everyone dropped their weapons and squatted by the wall with their hands over their head. When Jiang Chen saw how malnourished the survivors looked on the battle footage, while he felt compassionate, he had another plan. He called Ivan, who arrived at the safe zone, and told him to take care of the survivors. Then, Jiang Chen instructed the promoted Xia Shiyu to transport 1,000 tons of rice, vegetable, crackers, and milk through Future Group's subsidiary by Air City K Airport and distribute it to the local survivors. Celestial Trade's philanthropic act instantly gained the praise of the survivors. When Celestial Trade's people asked them to assist the media in capturing video footages in order to help Celestial Trade to win international recognition, no one rejected the idea. Jiang Chen gained another chip in steering the public opinion. While the ground force entered the city, the Navy didn't stop either. A Guardian-class frigate with the accompany of a Kilo-class submarine entered into the strait and anchored in the region. The Type 50J type electromagnetic pulse cannon aimed toward the capital of F. Celestial Trade's action almost made Aquino collapse down from his chair in fear. Only now did he experience the fear the soldiers on the front line experienced. The fear of the cannon at his front door. The Country F Assembly Committee was completely in shambles. They previously spent time forging sovereignty documents and attempting to claim Panu Islands as part of Country F's historical sovereignty. But now, they immediately destroyed the documents while changing the discussion to how to seek an unconditional surrender. The other frigate and submarine moved east along the XNF border while on alert for the Stan aircraft carrier group stationed in the region. All 10 Aurora 20s at the New Moon base were on 24 hours alert, with the 20 pilots rotating inside the plane to respond to a potential escalation in the regional conflict. At the same time, the G-013 missile silo deployed at the West Pacific Ocean opened its hatch and slowly allowed the sea water to fill inside the silo to complete launch preparations. The G-013 missile silo was deployed with the Dolphin 10 intercontinental ballistic missile. The installed module was not a nuclear head but just regular explosives. If the UA acted impulsively, Celestial Trade would prove its long-range missile strike ability several hours after. No nuclear weapon and thus no deterrence. Debatable. Don't forget who controlled the city of Kajiao. If a missile could transport explosives, it could also transport a virus. Would nuclear weapons or biological weapons have more deterrence? UA must carefully evaluate this. Now, Jiang Chen had pushed all of his chips onto the gambling table. Whether UA would disregard the potential consequences and launch an Asian version of the Gulf War and punish Celestial Trade like how Iraq that invaded Kuwait was punished, or compromise similar to how Fran comprised to Frankfurt at the fact the Blitz was successful, give up the not helpful ally in exchange for regional stability. What is worth noting is that F didn't have the rich oil or gas reserves like Kuwait. What if the above options all didn't work? Then the final option was the nuclear button. Unless he had absolutely no other choices, he didn't want to make the last choice. You're playing with fire. The night celestial trade overtook the city of Kajia, Natasha rang the bell to Jiang Chen's mansion. Jiang Chen didn't want to open the door, but the girl had the determination that if Jiang Chen didn't open the door, she wouldn't let her finger go. Losing to Natasha's determination, Jiang Chen opened the door. Since he disappeared for so long, it was time to return to the public's eyes. But what he didn't think was that the first thing Natasha said to him was not, "You're not injured," but rather something else. Playing with fire. Our President Jiang seems to have told Aquino this before. Jiang Chen invited her to sit on the sofa. "Please sit, I prepared vodka this time. I'm not here to drink." Natasha narrowed her eyes and examined Jiang Chen, the vibrant lips curled up thoughtfully. "I knew nothing would have happened to you, you old fox. I'm still young, okay?" "Miss Polar Bear," Jiang Chen jokingly said. "That joke is not gentlemanly at all." Natasha gave him a hard stare, walked past him, and sat down on the sofa. However, this time, she oddly didn't touch the alcohol. She crossed her smooth legs and crossed her arms. "What are you planning to do next? How are you going to take care of this mess? Make country F return to the negotiation table." Jiang Chen sat down across from Natasha with his legs crossed, his fingers on one of his knees. "What if UA doesn't agree?" Natasha raised her eyebrows. "Then they should be prepared to be dealt with together." Jiang Chen wasn't joking at all. The aircraft carrier battle group began to mobilize in the West Pacific direction, with the fighter jets constantly taking off from the carrier to increase the patrol frequency in public waters. At the same time, a bomber was deployed at the nearby military base. 2 ocean fortresses clamped down on Xian's water, but it made Jiang Chen feel relieved. The attack postures meant that they don't plan to actually attack. Or else they would not mobilize their aircraft carrier battle group and the bomber, but their nuclear submarine to launch the cruise missile. Jiang Chen knew clearly that with just 2 Guardian-class frigates and the ultra-speed cruising Aurora 20s were not enough to win against the 5 thugs. The weapons would at most make them be extra cautious. Technology is always only an element of the war, but not everything that dictates the outcome of the war, unless the technology is powerful enough to change the structure of the war. An Aurora 20 could simultaneously face 5 FA-50s, 50 Mustangs, but it would be a stretch to go against 3 5th General fighters at the same time. Just like the Axis Me-262 turbojet against the propeller planes of the Allies, although it caused the Allies some problems, it didn't fundamentally change the outcome of the war. Since both sides didn't want to fight, then what's left was negotiations. City K, Jiang Chen arrived at MLL Island by an 12 cargo plane. Ivan was there to greet him. He was the acting chief commander at MLL Island. The N-12 was a Russian product sold at $50 million for 2. Celestial Trade had been using them as transportation of humanitarian aids and weapons used to maintain humanitarianism. Out of the 5 thugs, only Russia was willing to sell firearms to Xian. On the side of the airport, Jiang Chen saw 4 captured OV-10 Mustang fighters as well as a Boeing commercial plane that had been abandoned for who knows how long. Under the air suppression by the Aurora 20s, the 4 fighters didn't have the opportunity to take off before they were captured by the Moro guerrillas. Santos generously offered Jiang Chen 2 of them since both parties captured them together, but Jiang Chen thanked and rejected the offer. The antique and second-handed stuff that participated in the Vietnam War, Jiang Chen didn't even have the interest to modify it. Sitting in the Army green Jeep, Jiang Chen began to inquire Ivan about the stats. The airstrike consumed around 60,000 rounds of aviation bullets, 37 bombs, 15 mid-range air-to-ground missiles, 17 close-range air-to-air missiles, close to $100 million. War certainly burns through money. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and watched the desolated streets outside the window. That was just the airstrike part. The cost to this war far exceeded $100 million. But as soon as Jiang Chen thought about his celestial trade destroying the Air Force, Land Force, and Navy with a military budget of $500 million per year, he was relieved. Especially Morrow, who achieved its dream of independence, will use MLL Island's rich resources to pay for the bill of the war. What about the casualty number? Only 11 fatalities. The soldiers in critical condition are sent to Coral Island for treatment. The smart medical pod is great. It is a future product after all. Also, make sure you take care of the family of the deceased soldiers. We can't let down our soldiers, Jiang Chen ordered. Roger. Ivan nodded. The jeep entered the city. The blinding sunlight didn't feel like the apocalypse at all. All major road and highway were controlled by Morrow soldiers with protective suits and anti-poison masks provided by Celestial Trade. They were equipped with rifles and cautiously watching the blank faces stained with blood outside of the barbed fences. The safe zone was currently under the control of Celestial Trade. The kinetic skeleton soldier checked Ivan's identity, saluted before letting the car pass. The jeep passed through the safe zone under the warm welcome of the survivors. Jiang Chen and Ivan then arrived at the port in City K and met the delegation sent by the Aquino government. The Aquino government could not withstand the anti-war sentiment as well as the protest from the family of the captured soldiers. It was forced to give up their firm stance to discuss the terms of releasing the captives. Meeting Jiang Chen, who clearly didn't look critically injured, the country F ambassador Tate's eyes were covered in gloom. He felt his government, and he was fooled. Looks like Mr. Jiang is in good shape. Jiang Chen nonchalantly shook his head when he faced Tate's unfriendly gaze. Thank you for caring. Say hello to your president for me. He must not have slept well in the last couple of days. Also, I saw that you guys were planning to host a celebration ceremony sometime before, but by the looks of it now, it won't be needed. The mockery in Jiang Chen's voice made Tate's expression look as if he had just eaten a fly. The entire capital didn't sleep well with a cannon directly pointed toward it. This is... Jiang Chen let go of Tate's hand and looked at two other people on the side. A white man with sideburns was in a suit, the other muscular-looking man wore the UA Navy uniform. Jiang Chen noticed the UA soldier was a colonel. Eric, United Nations observer. The man with white sideburns shook hands with Jiang Chen and introduced the person beside him. This is Colonel Reston, a mediator from UA. Jiang Chen's sight stopped on Colonel Reston for a while. He knew that this was the actual person leading the negotiation. After some small talk, Jiang Chen and Ivan took the two to the safe zone and met with Santos, who just arrived from Port D. With all parties at the scene, after half a year, the discussion between the country F government and the guerrillas restarted again. Let's put it simply, I hope everyone can put down their weapons and solve the difference on the negotiation table, Eric said straightforwardly. This discussion has been long due. Then first, we won't give grounds on our sovereignty completely. Tate interrupted Eric's words while looking at Santos coldly, but I brought the kindness of Mr. Aquino. Morrow will exist as an autonomous territory, as long as you put down your weapons and release all illegally detained F soldiers. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes to gaze directly into Tate's eyes. The F citizen didn't bring out the attitude to negotiate in the first place. Looks like we'll have to chat in your capital then. Santos shrugged and opened his hands. We won't let that happen. Colonel Reston, who didn't say a word, spoke abruptly. He slightly raised his hooked nose and stared at Santos' smug face. The Satan aircraft carrier battle group won't permit. If you dare to step out of MLL Island, then we must redefine the situation to a point where we must intervene. I promise that our troops won't always stay on the deck of the aircraft carrier. Reston warned Jiang Chen with his look. Since Santos was born a bandit, he immediately scoffed. Then my guerrillas will make MLL Islands into a second Vietnam. The negotiation from the start was on the course to failure. Jiang Chen's sight scanned the United Nations observer who was smiling, the gloomy-looking Tate, and the poker-faced Reston. Just as the parties were about to call the negotiation off, Jiang Chen suddenly coughed, took out a thumb-sized bottle from his pocket, and placed it on the table. The bottle was sealed by a mini cork with transparent and clear liquid inside. The sunshine scattering from outside of the window reflected an oily liquid inside. "What's this?" Tate glanced at the bottle, picked it up, and put it close to his nose. "Something to make all of us go back to the negotiation table." Jiang Chen spoke as he put his cell phone onto the table and then looked at Reston with a smile. Reston and Eric didn't know what tricks Jiang Chen was planning. They exchanged glances before looking back at Jiang Chen, waiting for him to continue. The F representative, Tate, narrowed his eyes and repeatedly played with the bottle in his hands, hoping to find something odd. Just as he squeezed on the cork and was about to sniff it, Jiang Chen spoke again. "I don't suggest you do that." Tate stopped mid-action and glared at Jiang Chen. "Why not?" "That's the pathogen extract from the zombies, we refer to it as the T-virus." Just as Jiang Chen's words dropped, Tate dropped the bottle in his hand, terrified. The thumb-sized bottle smashed onto the table with a clang, and the bottle spun 2 times. Reston and Eric's expressions didn't look too great either. They subconsciously moved back. "Mr. Jiang Chen, I need an explanation." Reston looked at Jiang Chen sternly. "Your careless actions will be viewed as an act of aggression against the UA. We will, aren't we negotiating today?" Jiang Chen interrupted Reston and opened his hands. "But from the start of negotiations until now, I haven't seen any sincerity. I've only seen you flexing." "I understand flexing is an important part of negotiations since peace can only be achieved through force." Jiang Chen raised his fingers and gently tapped on the phone screen on the table. "Please allow me to demonstrate our power." When the red button was pressed, the circular missile silo hatch opened hundreds of kilometers below the West Pacific Ocean, exposing the fearsome Dolphin 10 intercontinental ballistic missile. The propulsion ring around the side walls of the missile suddenly created a large number of bubbles, pushing the missile to a depth of 100 meters. Afterward, it split the propulsion ring and separated it from the missile. At the same time, the missile's engine ignited while accompanied by thick smoke, leaving the ocean sea far below as it galloped toward the blue sky. The engine stalled when it reached the near-Earth orbit. The Dolphin 10 followed the Earth's own orbit to pass across the Pacific, cross Honduras, and float across the Caribbean. The engine reignited again and the missile began to fall back toward the Earth. Like a meteor crashing down from the sky, the missile directly hit a desolated island in the North Atlantic Ocean. Flames instantly erupted. The debris of the explosion, along with rocks, instantly splashed across the sky. The shockwaves of the explosion swept through the sea surface near the island and even smoothened the violent waves. A drop of cold sweat rolled down from Reston's forehead and dropped onto his sleeve. Tate was completely dumbfounded, unable to accept the reality played out on the phone. Eric was silent as he stared at the ceiling. "It must be a lie." Tate squeezed out this sentence with a trembling voice as he put on a tough act. Reston and the United Nations observer both looked at Jiang Chen attempting to spot a sign on his face, but they were disappointed to discover that there was only calmness. "I heard that the UA satellites are scattered across the world. If you don't believe me, just see for yourself." Jiang Chen sunk into his chair and said casually while inviting them to find out the truth for themselves. "The location of the strike is on the phone. Our satellites aren't broad enough to monitor the North Atlantic Ocean," Reston said while staring into Jiang Chen's eyes. "Then send people to make observations. They should at least find out the explosion impact rating." Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Reston didn't say anything. He was waiting for a call from the Stan aircraft carrier. If a missile soared through the entire Pacific Ocean and Central America, it was impossible to not have been captured by UA's satellites. From the missile's trajectory, the missile should have gone through near-Earth orbit. If it climbed to the altitude of the near-Earth orbit, it should have been captured by the military base when it entered the stratosphere. Jiang Chen knew what he was waiting for, so he didn't speak. Instead, he picked up his phone and started playing games. Tate looked agitated because he thought he and his country were being ignored completely. Although Reston was helping him, the conversation revolved around UA and XIN from start to finish. He didn't view him as important at all, nor did he ask about F's opinion. The feeling of being neglected stabbed his heart like a dagger. But Santos, on the contrary, looked calm. The revolutionary leader, born as a bandit, didn't mind his opinion being ignored on the negotiation table. He only cared about one thing: his decades-long political pursuit would finally become a reality in his hands. Half an hour passed, and Reston couldn't sit around any longer. He glanced at the watch, took a deep breath, and stood up. "I need to make a phone call." "No problem. You should have called a long time ago." Jiang Chen played with his phone while responding nonchalantly. Reston glanced at Jiang Chen and stepped outside with his satellite phone. When he called the aircraft carrier, Captain Huffman immediately asked about the result of negotiations. If negotiations were unsuccessful, they would act accordingly and advance a few more kilometers toward XIN's waters. But Reston was smiling bitterly. From Huffman's words, he immediately understood that aside from himself, no UA citizens noticed the missile that flew across their backyards. After reporting the situation to Huffman, Reston hung up the phone, leaned on the wall outside the conference room, and lit himself a cigar. His head was a mess because the lunatic who didn't play by the rules disrupted his plan. He just wanted to calm down and recollect his thoughts during a smoke break. Half an hour passed. This time, it didn't come from an aircraft carrier but from the capital. A few minutes ago, a fighter jet equipped with cameras took off from a domestic military base and arrived in the airspace above the small island. From the image taken, the island looked like it was struck not long ago. Although no one wanted to accept this, the reality was clear to everyone. XIN. No, celestial trade, possessed global strike abilities. Reston silently put his phone back and returned to the conference room. That took a while. Jiang Chen put down his phone. His fingers were drawing circles on the table, and he smiled at Reston back in his seat. "Do you think one ICBM can threaten us? How many ICBMs do you think UA possesses?" Reston said with a menacing expression. "What about this, then? It isn't too difficult to extract this from the zombies." Jiang Chen picked up the bottle dropped by Tate and placed it squarely on the table. "Do you want to test the interception abilities of your missile defense system? For your little friend thousands of kilometers away?" Reston's pupils drastically constricted. Tate's expression also froze. "It's against international law to use biological weapons. You sure you want to do that?" Reston's Adam's apple bobbed up and down with unease. He placed his palms on the table. He thought a lunatic was standing in front of him. "Don't joke around. Do you promise UA won't use nuclear weapons in the face of survival? We're just imitating what you do. If you send out your forces, I will send out an ICBM. Either we are peaceful together, or we die together." Jiang Chen emotionlessly replied to Reston's stare and enunciated the last sentence word by word. Within striking range, no one could safely stay away from this mess. Reston chose to compromise. Precisely speaking, the capital chose to compromise. Reston, the negotiation representative, spoke with the capital for the second time and sat back down at the negotiation table. Celestial trade must withdraw from MLL Islands. We can talk about independence. When these words came out of Reston's mouth, Tate jumped up like a cat with his tail stepped on. His neck and face ballooned and reddened, and he cursed at Reston with spit flying. "This is an obvious conspiracy. You betrayed your ally. Do you not feel ashamed?" Reston looked at Jiang Chen without feeling fazed and ignored the furious Tate. Eric, standing by the side, could no longer sit and watch. He played the role of the middleman and began comforting Tate. "We can withdraw, but we will keep 100 Marines here in City K. We plan to establish aid stations here to fulfill our humanitarian duty," Jiang Chen said with self-righteousness. That sentence almost made Eric choke. It was the first time he saw someone using the cover of humanitarianism to station troops. "You can station 50 people at most, and you can't deploy fighter jets here," Reston said. 100 people. City K is Moro's territory, and this is our agreement with another country. Do you have the right to intervene? Reston looked at Santos. Santos exposed his white teeth and the deviousness unfitting of his muscular body. "We don't have any issues. We welcome celestial trade to participate in the rebuilding of Kajia as well as investing in the industry of MLL Island." "Okay." Reston nodded forcefully. "Then let's talk about Moro's sovereignty. Aside from the non-disputable MLL Island, what about the S Islands?" "Not a chance." Tate interrupted Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen didn't seem to notice him and continued. "S Islands are currently under the control of Moro's 11th Brigade. Control is one thing, sovereignty is another." The United Nations observer, Eric, tried to speak before being interrupted by Santos. "These are documents outlining the sovereign rights." Santos placed a stack of documents on the table. "It takes time to review the legality of the documents." Reston's tone deepened. "Especially compared to sovereignty, isn't the voice of the S Islands people more important? In our view, human rights are above sovereign rights." "Is that so? Your standards are always changing." Jiang Chen mocked him. Reston's expression looked awkward. He coughed to divert the topic. "Our discussion is about the Suf Islands problem. I suggest a referendum, that's the fairest," Jiang Chen said. "No. Unless all citizens participate in the referendum, the territory of Country F should be determined by all citizens." Tate stomped the ground and shouted. The unruly citizens of S Islands wanted to separate for a long time, so they couldn't permit them to vote for themselves. Just as Tate said. "It's like a house, you can't take apart his bedroom just because he wants to leave unless everyone in the house agrees." It was the first time Reston concurred with Tate's opinion. S Islands was the gateway to the sea. Strategically, as long as Moro controlled the area, celestial trade ships could freely enter the heart of Country F. Economically, S Islands were on the belt of the Pacific Ring, which contained a large reserve of rare metals. Control by Moro meant control by celestial trade, therefore Jiang Chen wouldn't give up on the possession of S Islands. The first day of negotiations faltered because of the sovereignty dispute. The two parties each took a step back and reached a ceasefire agreement and agreed to discuss other matters the next day. The dispute regarding territorial claims wasn't easy to resolve, especially when the Aquino government wouldn't relinquish control by any means. Jiang Chen's method was very immoral. During negotiations, he signaled Santos to open a family visit channel to the 34,000 Country F government soldiers in the western MLL Islands. Moro permitted family visitors to cross the border, stay for a maximum of 2 days, and visit their captured family under the supervision of Moro soldiers. The captured soldiers' families could maintain their composure when they didn't see them. But when they saw their sons, husbands, and boyfriends captured in camp, their tears and despair could no longer be restrained. Although the captured soldiers didn't receive inhumane treatment, they more or less were injured because of the war. Moro had a strong stance regarding the pleas to release the captured soldiers. "We seek peace, but we will never compromise with the enemy. If you want to see your family go home, go beg your Aquino, the choice has always been in his hands. As long as he is willing to sign the peace agreement, we can drop our weapons and reunite with our families. We are also victims. We also seek peace." The villainous hat fit Aquino's head as a matter of course. What happened next was predictable. The soldiers' families who returned to Country F protested, cried for the end of the war, and blocked the presidential palace and Aquino's private home. From the experiences of the soldiers' families and wide support from other anti-war personnel and citizens who lost their income due to the war, the waves of protest grew strong and stronger. The emotion card Jiang Chen played achieved a superb effect in Country F, which was also burdened by a weak economy. Only a minority of patriotic citizens refused to compromise and fight to the end, but their voices were already too faint. People were always changing. During peaceful times, they would probably support a war because of the pride in their hearts. But during wartime, most of them would change their minds after their quality of life began to fall. Since the ceasefire agreement was signed, celestial trade joined the war for 7 days, but Country F's currency depreciated by 20% while the price of goods skyrocketed by 50%. The people who demanded destroying Xi'an and making Panu Islands the colony of Country F instantly calmed down and began to reflect on their lives and values. Because of domestic pressure, the Aquino government lasted for half a month before returning to the negotiation table in humiliation. Country F recognized Moro's independence. S Islands, MLL Island and part of the Ocean Territory would belong to Moro. Country F's 5 divisions would withdraw from the northern part of MLL Island. At the same time, Celestial Trade's frigates and submarines withdraw from the area. Moro's 2 divisions withdrew from the islands north of MLL Island and returned the control of the territory to Country F. At the same time, Moro and Country F would unconditionally release all the captured soldiers. Therefore, Moro's pursuit of independence finally succeeded and they became the 195th sovereign nation in the world. Country F, who lost their second biggest island, collapsed from this point onward. And Celestial Trade, who made everything happen, became the sovereign state of the area and the biggest winner of the war. Because Celestial Trade intervened in the war on Saturday and the war ended within a week, this war was also referred to as the Saturday War by the international community. At the signing of the peace agreement, Jiang Chen saw Aquino's comical face. From the puffy dark under-eye circles and white hairs, his face was mixed in with some tragic colors. Under the flashing of the reporters' cameras, Aquino walked up and shook the hand of the muscular Santos. Santos gave him a smile, but he replied with a smile more ugly than upset. Finally, the cameras hovered on the 2 pairs of hands holding the peace agreement. They both signed their names on the agreement and declared the conclusion of the civil war to the world. Outside the view of the cameras, the actual facilitators behind the peaceful negotiation, Jiang Chen and Reston, were witnessing the historic moment from afar. "I hope this is the last time." Reston stared into Jiang Chen's eyes. "You already reached our bottom line. Do you want to know the percentage in favor of war?" "I don't want to know." Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. "But you should know my bottom line as well. One pistol, regardless how many bullets it contained, was still a gun when held in a baby's hands. Or rather, because it was held in a baby's hands, it was more dangerous. As long as the baby wasn't too greedy, everyone could still coexist peacefully." Reston gave Jiang Chen a long and deep look. "Also, CIB's agents will arrive at the MLL Islands to search for the missing fighter pilot, Gordon. I hope your people will cooperate. You should tell that to Santos, he's the actual owner of the island. But I think if you don't do anything sneaky, you won't be turned away by them." Jiang Chen had already ordered people to search for that pilot. Moro sent out a team to search through the mountainous forests in MLL Island too, since a UA pilot would be an important chip on the bargaining table. Unfortunately, neither Celestial Trade nor Moro discovered the whereabouts of the pilot. Optimistically, the unlucky guy may have been blown into the volcano on the island. Reston scoffed. He lit up his own cigar and got into the car that came to pick him up. Jiang Chen stood at the ceremony for a while, gazing at the olive branch on the flying United Nations flag, and a contemptuous smile appeared on his face. Before the applause started, he turned around and left. The war was over, and Moro owed Celestial Trade a total of $1.25 billion. Frankly speaking, if it wasn't for the infectious situation in City K raising his alarm, he would have wanted to drag the war on for longer. The more money Morrow owed to Celestial trade, the more control Celestial trade would have over them, and the more Morrow would depend on Xian. MLL Island was previously Country F's poorest southern area. There was no way they could pay out $1.25 billion. The money could only be paid back in rich, undeveloped mining resources and fertile soils. These things were what Jiang Chen wanted the most. The resources and land were critical to Xian. Currently, Xian and the Apocalypse's mining resources and farm products were mostly imported from Australia. Although Xian had a good relationship with them, it wasn't the best to depend on someone else. But currently speaking, Australia had no comments on the situation at Country F. They didn't want to offend Xian with a great economic outlook for Country F. Australia was in the midst of isolationism, no different from UA in the 90s. Because of the peace agreement coming into effect, Celestial Trade withdrew the deployed frigate and 1,000 Marines on MLL Island, leaving only 100 soldiers in City K for the purpose of maintaining local security in tandem with the local forces. Yes, they were no longer called the guerrillas. After the peace agreement came into effect, they became a sovereign country recognized by the United Nations. Their forces would naturally be called the government forces. 3 days after the peace agreement. Currently, there are over 100,000 zombies in the east of the city. Our plan is to use the Scorpion tanks captured from Country F and form a tank battalion to recapture the 5 bridges that span across the river. Then we will use barbed fences to create a separation zone and gradually recover the area in the east. Morrow 11th Brigade Commander, Chen Jitian, was standing beside Jiang Chen, discussing the zombie problem in the city. No need to go to such trouble. Jiang Chen shook his head. Chen Jitian looked over at Jiang Chen with questions in his eyes while waiting for him to continue. T-virus, this is what our scientist named the virus. Based on clinical experiments, the virus' ability to withstand UV is extremely low, and the duration of time the virus can survive outside the body is short. As long as we maintain the quarantine in the city, the possibility of the infection spreading is low. As for the zombies, just wait for them to starve to death. Starve to death? Chen Jitian looked at Jiang Chen in shock. That's right. Jiang Chen nodded. The zombies in City K were inherently different from the zombies in the Apocalypse. The differences were mostly reflected in the infection mechanism. One was a viral infection whereas the other was a bacterial infection. While the former destroyed the human nervous and immune systems, it didn't resolve the zombies' energy problem. The latter was a mutated bacteria used to cleanse radiation. After finding a host, it could use the host for photosynthesis. Any creature without food intake would die. Even zombies couldn't escape the law of nature. As long as the zombies didn't eat each other, they would last for a month at most before they turned into dried flesh. Jiang Chen would just need to prepare a few more burners to get rid of the dead corpses. The only problematic thing was that since the zombies had no immune system, their bodies were starting to decompose. Without containment, there was a risk of a plague erupting in the city. Doctors from international aid organizations had already entered the safe zone and started to examine the survivors there. This included researchers from international pharmaceutical companies. Everyone wanted to understand the secret behind the virus in order to create the vaccine that could protect against it. Under Jiang Chen's recommendations, Santos pushed out a strategy completely different from the Aquino government and didn't prevent international aid organizations from entering the city of Kujia, since Morrow was too poor to fully contain the plague. At the same time, a subsidiary of Future Group, Future Biology, held a news conference suggesting its expansion into the medical field while they sent a research team into the city of Kujia to participate in the research of T-virus. The CEO of Future Biology, Tao Ming, also suggested that the researchers of Future Biology would conduct work independently without cooperation with other international medical teams. Jiang Chen had been planning to enter the medical industry, and the infection Future Biology was working on only sped up his plan. The T-virus that shocked the world was the perfect opportunity to enter the market. Future biology would use people's fear of the virus to make its mark in the industry. At the same time, to prevent this virus from spreading in their own country, all countries would, without a doubt, pay for the vaccine. After the researchers in the modern world scanned the DNA of the virus, Jiang Chen went to the apocalypse and left everything to Lin Lin, who had nothing to do because of the heavy snowfall. Based on what she said, it wasn't a big deal to take care of the virus at all. Just like that, time quickly passed to the tail end of January. The previous virtual reality MMORPG planned for launch at the beginning of January was postponed to the end of January because of the president's air crash. There were around 100 million Phantom users around the world eagerly waiting for the launch of Godly Land. But just then, a piece of news caught Jiang Chen's attention. At Coral Island, in the Future Building, was the headquarters of Future Group. If it wasn't for the fact that tourists weren't permitted to enter, this place absolutely had the potential to become the most iconic landmark building, second only to the Heart of the Sea, on Coral Island. Since the name of the corporation included the word future, the building was designed with a futuristic feeling. It stood at a height of 437 meters, with 110 floors above ground and 20 floors below ground. It was a skyscraper that combined offices, residences, and dining halls. The top floors offered an aerial view of the island, the middle floors could be Future Group's employees' offices and fulfill living and dining needs, the lower floors could serve as a nuclear bunker with a capacity of 10,000 people. Of course, the last function was only designed as a contingency. Since the skyscraper officially came into service, future biology, mining, tourism and all other subsidiaries located on Ange Island as well as Celestial Trade's non-combat employees all moved there. Future headquarters currently held 6,000 employees that accounted for 20% of Xian's total population. Needless to say, it was a terrifying percentage. Sitting inside the Future Group building, Xia Xiyu was reporting to Jiang Chen on the current performance of the group. Although Xia Xiyu had only been on the job for a month, she quickly displayed her talent in management, familiarized herself with Future Group's operations in the shortest possible time, and slotted herself into the role of the group's CEO. Of course, she was able to quickly get into character partially because before she came to be the group's CEO, Jiang Chen always left her the work he was supposed to do. Jiang Chen didn't just sit around the past few days. After taking care of business in Morrow, he returned to Coral Island and lived life traveling between the dimensions. The plus side was that he had great help on both sides to take care of miscellaneous things. If he didn't have that help, he suspected he would be at risk of schizophrenia. Takeda Pharmaceutical. When Jiang Chen heard this unfamiliar name, Jiang Chen's eyebrows furrowed. Yes. Xia Xiyu nodded and hugged the tablet in her arms. Yesterday at noon, Takeda Pharmaceutical conducted a press conference at Yodo, announcing a significant breakthrough on the research of T-virus. They're in the last stage of the clinical trial period before the vaccine will be released to the market. Jiang Chen gave it some thought. He tapped on his EP and connected with Lin Lin's communication terminal. Hello big pervert, what do you need? Lin Lin, with a baggy white apron, surfaced on the screen. She gently swirled a cylinder containing an unknown liquid while yawning. Jiang Chen's eyebrows twitched and he pretended to not notice Xia Xiyu's peculiar look. He coughed. How's the progress on the T-virus vaccine? Of course it's done, I'm the gorgeous scientist after all. Why didn't you tell me you were done? Jiang Chen gave her a hard stare. Lin Lin stuck out her tongue then pouted. You didn't ask me. She put down the cylinder in her hand, turned around to walk to a machine, took out a USB from the top, returned to the communication terminal, then typed on the control panel with her graceful fingers. Klein particles carried the information to the modern world. Jiang Chen saw the signal light on the EP flashing, and he knew the data was transported to his EP. The researchers on this side didn't need to do anything other than using Lin Lin's research to design the production plan. After he comforted Lin Lin, who wanted mango pudding, he ended communication and finally met Xia Xiu's peculiar gaze. And she is? She's Future Group's research department scientist, Jiang Chen said sternly. The research department, the mysterious department, was always the subject of gossip within the group. No one knew its whereabouts. All data was transferred from the artificial intelligence Yao Yao designed to acquire information requested by Jiang Chen. Even Xia Xiu, as the group's CEO, didn't know too much about the special department. Isn't she a bit young? Xia Xiu facepalmed. Because she was a digitalized human, even after 100 years, Lin Lin would still look like she was 16 years of age. Jiang Chen had been considering if he should let Xia Xiu know about Future Group's core secret. But from her shocked expression, perhaps this would have to be delayed further. The data related to the genetic vaccine was transferred from the EP onto the USB. Xia Xiu took the USB from Jiang Chen's hands and reported on preparations for Godly Land's official launch before she left the office. Jiang Chen sank into his chair, closed his eyes, and repeatedly chewed on the information Xia Xiu reported to him. There was one piece of information he was concerned about the most. Takeda Pharmaceuticals' T-virus had entered the clinical trial phase. Jiang Chen sensed something odd about their speed of research. Takeda Pharmaceutical. Jiang Chen muttered while staring at the ceiling. He suddenly stood up and pressed on the computer. Momentarily, the door to the office opened again. It was Aisha who came in. Because it was business hours, she was dressed in a suit similar to Xia Xiu. XIN's National Security Department's non-field employees also worked in Future Group's building, including Aisha as the captain of the Ghost Agents. But the work of the Ghost Agents was mostly directed and planned by the people of the department. Her responsibility was to approve Ghost Agent missions, so she was usually free without a need to come to the office every day. The reason she came today was because Jiang Chen was there. Is there anything you need? Aha. I need your people to keep an eye on something for me. Aisha nodded and her eyes responded, at your service. Takeda Pharmaceutical, Curofune, only these two keywords. I need you to gather as much intelligence as possible through these two keywords. I'll keep an eye on them. It was January 24th in the blink of an eye with Han New Year's Eve only a few days away. In order to complete the launch of Godly Land, the entire Future Group was bustling with activities. But no one complained about the chaos before the new year. Since the date for their bonuses was approaching by the day. The president said at the end-of-year meeting that all Future Group employees would be given a big bonus, so all employees working for the company would have a great new year. As for the bonus amount, it was based on the profitability of the subsidiary, the employee's position, and personal performance. But regardless, the average bonus was at least $100,000. Also, the bonus of the employees was calculated separately from senior management, therefore the figure wasn't a boosted average. The CEO of the subsidiaries would receive a dividend of at least 10 million USD. Xia Xiu, as the group's CEO, would receive at least 100 million. Future Group's profitability this year easily broke through $40 billion because of the over 100 million Phantom units sold. The other subsidiaries all provided stellar financial reports. Based on the decision of the board comprised of only 2 people, Future Group would pay out a dividend of at least $30 billion for the fiscal year of 2016. Therefore, Jiang Chen's private account officially broke the $30 billion mark. There was nothing that excited people more than money. Although there was still some time before the new year, the company was filled with the holiday spirit. At the end-of-year ball, Jiang Chen drank with the employees. Jiang Chen was naturally delighted by the enthusiastic employees and he didn't reject any of the toasts proposed to him. He only vaguely remembered that his drunk self seemed to have lost a bet, and with the encouragement of the young employees, he kissed Xia Xiu on the cheek. The result was obvious. Such a flirtatious move made the girl with a thin face ignore him for several days. Chapter 590 Godly Land Online. Godly Land, anticipated by over 100 million players around the world, was finally launched. In order to allow 100 million users to connect into the game simultaneously, Jiang Chen used his permissions to open up the computation capacity of the quantum computer at Coral Island underground to 90%. The spike caused Coral Island's total electricity usage to spike by 13.7%, which brought pressure to the tidal and wind power generators on the island. To resolve the electricity shortage, Future Biology had to set up 10 additional square kilometers of seaweed electricity generating farms on the West Pacific Ocean in order to satisfy Future Group's electricity needs. The quantum computer's astronomical power usage was evident. What was worth noting was that since commercial quantum computers had to process multiple instances of computational tasks, their power consumption was high. Experimental quantum computers were far more powerful compared to commercial units, which had much lower power consumption and were unable to provide service to millions of users simultaneously. In order to meet the demands of the growing users in the modern world, Jiang Chen had to continuously rush Zhao Qinwu's trade fleet to bring back quantum computers from outside Wanghai, otherwise, VR community in VR e-commerce couldn't be established. Zhao Qinwu had his own troubles since he had trouble finding the materials. The more advanced the technology, the more precise it was. Even though they didn't suffer destruction from the nuclear explosion, the quantum computers left on the wasteland for over 10 years were mostly broken, especially since they offered no value to most survivors since it was neither food nor weapon. On the entire wasteland, only NAC collected the game servers. Wanghai, in a normal apartment building. A young man with glasses was using a mouse to scroll through the pages on his laptop. His name was Wei Wendong and his IGN was known as the Shadow King. He was previously a professional gamer for League of Legends and an honorary club member of the King's Esports Club. After retirement, he became a streamer of the mobile game New Era. Of course, after he acquired an internal test spot for Godly Land, he was signed for 20 million renminbi by King's Esports Club, thus making him a member of the Kings again. In the past few days, Wei Wendong had been following Future Technologies news closely. Godly Land's unexpected delays disrupted his streaming plans. What surprised him was that not only did it not influence his popularity, but it surprisingly attracted more viewers. He received over 100 private messages each day, asking him when he would start streaming the VR MMORPG. He could only tell his viewers with a bitter smile that the question was better directed at Jiang Chen, the president of Future Group. Because the official launch date was approaching, the official forum of Godly Land was filled with emotions. Wei Wendong flipped through the lines of unconstructive comments and attempted to gather some useful information from the netizens. Internal test secrets, first-hand game information released. Please call me Lei Feng. 1. Don't need to thank me. OP is a Dumba *s, you call this an internal test player? Fu *k, is the server going to be launched or not? I'm going to sell the helmet and play something else. The internet is so expansive, there are tons of other fun games out there. OP, don't run. I'll pay 10,000, sell me the helmet. Contact me at, get out. I paid 4,000 in tax already. I specifically went to the duty-free shop in Xi'an, but I was still charged tax when I got off the plane. Hahaha, allow me to use a sad emoji. Also, if OP is willing to sell, I'll offer 11,000. I'm a girl, priest main. Please carry me, smiley face. There was no difference compared to yesterday, no constructive comments at all. Although it was unfortunate, Wei Wendong felt relieved sitting in front of the computer. Being an internal test player was his only advantage. Other than the basic game controls, the location of the regular missions, and the spawn points of monsters, he also discovered a class mission for a hidden class. Most of the hidden classes were unique or limited in number. He was most afraid that other internal test players would also discover the same secret and publish it online. But by the looks of it now, his worries were completely extraneous. All the players wishing to make a mark in this era-defining global MMORPG were selfish, no one was willing to expose their trap card. Finally, he made it to the date of the server launch. Wei Wendong adjusted his body into a comfortable position, laid on the bed with the helmet and muttered the start command. It was the feeling of his spirit drifting away to another world. Following the brief interruption of his consciousness, he appeared in the gray cube when he opened his eyes again. He eagerly called out for the menu and he discovered in surprise that the icon to the godly land light up. It was permission to log in. Just like Future Technology's official explanation, after character creation, he found the icon to record and stream. Then he hovered over the icon to log out. Perfect, the logout icon was also lit up. Before he entered the game, he wondered if the plot in the movie occurred, what would he do if he was locked in the game? But by the looks of it now, his worries were completely excessive. Although it was an open world, the new player village existed in the form of a scenario. This allowed new players to access guides and communicate their learnings to familiarize themselves with the game. But even then, the new player village with the code 00001 was filled with people. Wei Wendong ignored the long list of team invites, opened the game map, set the target to the middle of the village and walked there with hasty steps. Compared to the newbies who were wandering around the village and touring the world, the internal test players already passed the phase of excitement upon entering an open virtual world. They went to the village center immediately, found the mayor and picked up their first newbie quest. Kill 10 demonic toads and gain the newbie title, the Demonic Toad Killer. The reward was 3 silver coins as well as a soul continuation candle. But in the middle of the village, he saw a strange player. He was standing beside the mayor, but he didn't ask a question nor was he speaking with the mayor. He only muttered with his hand on his chin, "Is this house too small? The street is definitely too narrow, the new player guide's skirt isn't short enough," and other sentences that sounded odd. Suddenly, Wei Wendong noticed the mayor's annoyed expression and he instantly realized something. Could it be a hidden quest? Now long after, the odd player chatted with the mayor for a brief moment before leaving. It looked like he accepted a quest. Wei Wendong made up his mind and walked up, mimicking the other player's posture. He examined the village for a moment, pretending like he knew things. The mayor had a contemptuous look but wasn't moved at all. His eyes seemed to be saying, "Too young, too simple." Seeing this, Wei Wendong gritted his teeth and made up his mind. His voice of criticism continued to rise higher and his questions began to become harsher. For example, he said the door wasn't placed properly for the best fortune, the window had poor lighting, the mayor's abilities were mediocre at best. The mayor's expression began to change. First, he scoffed, then he ignored him by looking away and he finally turned cold. Just as Wei Wendong was about to give up, the major jumped up in anger while cursing at Wei Wendong. "I'm angry. He can speak English." But the mayor didn't give him any hidden quest. Not only that, what made Wei Wendong dumbfounded was that regardless of how much he begged the mayor to give him the mission, the mayor ignored him. Without that candle, he couldn't continue with the missions. Even NPCs could throw tantrums, this game was way too smart. He was really angry. 1. Lei Feng, an individual known for his life of good deeds. Chapter 591 Too Many Grandchildren. Translator, _min_editor, Rundi, Achul. Jiang Chen sneezed right after he took off the helmet, muttering to himself. Who is cursing at me? He just logged onto the godly land and experienced the virtual reality MMORPG designed by Future Technology. During his high school and university time, Jiang Chen was like most students and was considered half an addicted gamer. Because he didn't have a girlfriend, he would spend most of the time during his free time to play pre-made with his roommates. He imagined back then what would the virtual reality game described in the novels be like if he was fortunate enough to experience it one day. He had the fantasy before that he would be like the protagonist in a novel that encountered a unique NPC to become the only hidden class in the server, beat the tall, rich and handsome, and win over the graceful, wealthy and beautiful, too, to become the winner in life. But he was quick to realize it is a fantasy since those people don't need to prove themselves in the game. Unless they were particularly lonely. But in his imagination, there was one thing he didn't imagine, that was that the game would be published by him. And right now, he was the person that flipped the new chapter in virtual reality. But in his current position, he didn't have too much interest in playing the game. But he still created a night and took a tour in his game. He looked at the crowded village, observed people's excitement to the new world and fulfilled a dream he had in the past. After he went offline, he put his helmet aside and went on to the internet. Just like he suspected, the internet was filled by the keywords, future technology, and godly land. Before the official launch, the media raved about the era-defining MMORPG. The popularity on the first day didn't surprise him too much, it was only a commitment fulfilled for the tale he described to the media and settled the crown that rested on future technology's head. He opened a renowned international gaming forum and saw that the top place on the forum was godly land. God, I have never seen such a realistic and immersive game. Goodbye Gaben, I have removed Steam from my hard drive. It's going to be a while before I have any interest in the small games on consoles and PCs. It's hard to believe the realistic phase traveling feeling, I feel like I went to another world. Negative. You can't create a female character. Remove the gender recognition tool. Are the NPCs artificial intelligence? I heard there would be an 18+ DLC that allows you to do intimate activities with the NPCs. I think I'm in love with the new player guide. XD, I think you may be sent to prison for flipping up a girl's skirt, who knows how long you will be locked in for. A curvature appeared on Jiang Chen's mouth after reading through the comments. The market gave the game an incredibly high rating. By the looks of it, there was no need to adjust the production of the helmets. With the popularity in the market, there was no problem selling 100 million more units. But to ensure that the market won't be over-flooded, it was better to control the units released to 20 million per month. In the few days, Jiang Chen maintained a 9-to-5 schedule to appear in the top-floor office at the future building. Most of the time he didn't do any work and only strategized the development of the time, and then acted as a supervisor once in a while to call the managers up to check on their work. The routine schedule was new to Jiang Chen. But with Chinese New Year's Eve on the horizon, the short but fascinating life came to a conclusion. Because of the multitude of reasons last year, Jiang Chen didn't get to spend time with his parents over the holiday but rather spent the new year in the apocalypse. But since his parents were with him this year and he didn't have as much trouble as last year, he obviously wouldn't give up the opportunity to spend New Year with his parents. Although it would make Sun Jiao and the girls feel a bit disappointed, Jiang Chen was still planning to spend New Year in the modern world. Speaking of New Year, something funny happened with Aisha. Because she misinterpreted Chinese New Year as Christmas, to give Jiang Chen a surprise, the girl decorated the house with Christmas trees, bells, and ribbons. She also wore a short red dress and cosplayed a Christmas girl. In the end, it was Xia Xiyu that fixed her mistake. She helped Aisha put away the decorations and returned the mansion to New Year's decoration and gave her a wiki on normally you would spend New Year with your parents and not at your own place. The night of New Year's Eve, Jiang Chen took Aisha to his parents' place. Because they lived close by, he would occasionally have dinner with his parents. Therefore he kept a copy of the key to his parents' mansion. After he parked the car in the garage, he went in holding Aisha's hand. When Jiang Chen walked in, the two elders were preparing dinner. The caretakers responsible were also given holidays. Therefore it was just the two elders living there. From the start, Jiang Chen's thoughts were hiring a chef to prepare the dinner. But Mama Jiang said New Year's dinner should be prepared by themselves. Therefore, he followed his parents' thought and helped them along with Aisha to cook a delicious meal. Everything was good with Xian, just that there were not a lot of friends and families. There were no fireworks, there won't ever be snow. As to the Spring Festival Gala broadcasted every year, there was that. Xian could watch the channel in Han, but just like the gala from last year, the gala was full of criticism. But no one really minded the content of the show, since, at this time, it was not what was on the TV, but who you were watching the show with. When they were halfway through dinner, someone knocked on the door. When Jiang Chen opened the door, he was surprised to see Xia Xiyu holding onto a gift while standing reservedly at the door. When she met Jiang Chen's eyes, she immediately looked away. He didn't know if the faint red hue on her face was due to him or due to the happiness of celebrating the holiday season. "It was my mom that made me come and say Happy New Year," standing at the door, Xia Xiyu said in a whisper. "It's the daughter of old Xia, haha, come in." Jiang Chen couldn't say anything before he heard his dad's loud voice. It was hard to meet a friend in a foreign country. Since Xia Xiyu and her parents moved over, the two families were particularly close as they constantly visited each other. Papa Xia and Jiang Jiangguo were also fishing buddies. When the weather was nice, they would always go fishing together on a boat. Because of this, Jiang Chen's dinner always had a familiar seafood smell. Jiang Chen could bring some fish once in a while back to the apocalypse to enjoy the freshness of the sea with Sun Jiao. Jiang Chen's mom warmly dragged Xia Xiyu to the dinner table and constantly put dishes in her bowl. Although she said that she ate already, she couldn't resist Mama Jiang's energy and tried a few dishes. Jiang Chen pretended not to see his dad's ambiguous look. The kiss at the end of the year ball seemed to have caused a big shock to Xia Xiyu as her attitude toward him had been wavering between a fine line. Although she was not purposely avoiding him, Jiang Chen had a feeling that she didn't know how to face him. But in the holiday atmosphere, the shyness quickly faded into happiness. The dinner dragged on till 12 at night. Jiang Jiangguo, who had some alcohol, was already snoring on the sofa. When Xia Xiyu went to the washroom, Mama Jiang dragged Jiang Chen to the side and looked at his son with an interrogating vibe. "Why do I have the feeling that something is going on between you and Xia Xiyu? Tell me who is our family's future daughter-in-law. I don't care how much money you make outside, when will I have grandchildren?" Jiang Chen stuttered at his mom's interrogation and didn't know how to respond to the complicated problem. It was the understanding Aisha that helped him out during these situations. It was a hard question for him to answer. Ignore the uncertainty in the modern world, there was a few more in the apocalypse. One thing that was certain was that if his mom really wanted grandchildren, she probably wouldn't have the energy to tend to them all. 1. Tall, rich, and handsome, a popular term describing attractive, successful men. 2. Graceful, wealthy, and beautiful, a popular term describing attractive, pretty women. Jiang Chen had a relaxing time during the new year, although he was never busy to begin with. His parents insisted on going back to their hometown for a visit, so Jiang Chen sent his private plane with them. Although his parents said there was no need to be wasteful, Jiang Chen still insisted on his idea. He also arranged for bodyguards to protect the two elders. Different from commercial airplanes, his private plane was equipped with heat-luring missiles, making anti-air missiles mostly ineffective. Although he didn't think people would plot against his parents, it was better to be cautious. With Celestial Trade's bodyguards on the surface and ghost agents hidden in the dark, there was no problem ensuring the safe of the two elders at all. After sending them on the plane, Jiang Chen headed to New Moon Island and moved 20 newly manufactured T-3 power armors into the armory. The soldiers who were training in the virtual reality training chamber mostly completed the training tasks. Xian and Yue already experienced tension regarding the issue of MLL islands. To respond to any potential threat, Celestial Trade could only strengthen its firearms in order to prevent any unexpected situation. Moro 11th Brigade Commander Chen Jitian sent out a cleanup team to City K after speaking with Ivan on the phone. With the assistance of the Scorpion tanks and the United Nations heavy trucks, cleaners with protective suits and shotguns headed out from the safe zone and gradually recovered the corpses scattered around the city. The bodies would be sent to the burners at the rural area for incrimination under the supervision of United Nations observers. 257,201 was the total fatality figure in this infection calculated by Morrow. The thick smoke of the incrimination added another hint of despair to the already in shambles city. Some people captured this despairing scene through paintings. The fragility of life was exquisitely painted through the trail of smokes. But the pain of the living intensified the tragedy of the situation. The painting was later showcased at the International Painting Festival and made all viewers stop and ponder. On the other hand, the anti-infection medicine produced by Takeda Pharmaceutical, known as mint-flavored candy, hit the market. After the medicine was proven effective clinically, the survivors at the safe zone finally welcomed the day the quarantine ended. But there were clear flaws to the medicine. The person taking the drug could not be granted with permanent resistance to the T virus. In 3 years, they must take another dosage of the pill in order to maintain resistance. The most critical fact was that consuming multiple dosages of the medicine would decrease the effective of and hence lower one's immunity against the T virus. The second the clinical result was published, it caught Jiang Chen's attention. Ladisiv confessed to Jiang Chen that before he was executing the mission, he took a mint-flavored pill. Based on what the dead Curofune member Giles said, it was the medicine that granted immunity against the infection. Takeda Pharmaceutical could bring out the antidote to the T virus was suspicious in nature. But Jiang Chen was uncertain if Curofune controlled Takeda Pharmaceutical or there was an exchange of interest between the two parties. Regardless, this corporation was playing with fire. But due to the insufficient amount of evidence, Ladisiv's words alone could not prove direct connection between Takeda Pharmaceutical and the infection that broke out in the city of Kajia. Nippon government absolutely would not sanction their star enterprise based on Jiang Chen's one-sided warning and accusation. Jiang Chen could only hope that the ghost agent sent to Yodo could bring him good news. After Takeda Pharmaceutical introduced the pill, Future Biology also brought out corresponding research results, injection-type T virus vaccine. The patient taking the vaccine would be granted with permanent immunity against the T virus that broke out in City K. And there would be no possibility of being infected by the virus in at least 50 years. Once the vaccine hit the market, it received wide recognition from the international community and directly impacted Takeda Pharmaceutical sales. Regardless of costs or clinical results, Future Biology's vaccine was far superior with the only minor drawback being the production quantity. Takeda Pharmaceutical had to call an urgent press release promising for the development of a more effective antivirus medicine or vaccine. Because the vaccine problem was solved, the international medical teams in the city began to gradually leave. Future Biology invested in a new pharmaceutical plant in Kajia and expanded the daily vaccine production amount to 100,000 per day. A lot of international and national health organizations ordered the vaccine. Based on the estimation provided by Tao Ming, because of the gap of T virus vaccine on the international market, Future Biology's 2017 earnings could exceed $12 billion. Although it was only the beginning of the year, when he made the estimate, his voice was filled with certainty. Even then, Future Biology's financial report was nowhere comparable to Future Technology. At the end of February, Godly Land was already on the right track and the media had an overwhelmingly positive reception. Based on the report from Future Technology's new CEO Ninghua Jian, Godly Land had 110 million active users. Sitting on such a massive amount of users, even though game was free, there was no need to worry about profitability. Future Technology gained a large amount of operating experience from New Era. And these experiences were worth being utilized into Godly Land. For example, the auction system and the costume system. Without interfering with the game's playability, they maximized the profitability channels. But followed the launch of the global server, the small questions missed during the internal testing phase were gradually discovered and fixed with the help of the developers in the apocalypse. For example, people would become too addicted and spent all day in the virtual world, completely forgetting day and night. The phantom will not cause any physiological damage to the user's body, but lying on the bed without moving for a long time was damaging to the body itself, and this is without the discussion of eating and drinking water. To tackle this, Du Yongkong and his programmers added a status panel in the user's menu. Based on the body's response to the brain to confirm the hunger and thirst level of the body, once it was determined to be abnormal, it would remind the player in the field of vision. If the player neglect the warning, the helmet will auto-log out to act as a protection mechanism. On the other hand, to prevent players from becoming too addicted to the virtual world, future technology added some limits to gaming time. Based on the time zone of the player, between 8 at night to 6 in the morning, the player's experience and gold reward was 100%. In the daytime, any gaming time over 8 hours will be considered tired status with reward level only at 50%. 24 hours of continuous time online, the gap between each login is less than 1 hour, will trigger the protection mechanism. Of course, the protection mechanism only applied to workdays. Holidays and weekends restricted the limit on time online with the consideration of people's habit of playing all night long. Future technology would introduce the virtual reality hibernation chamber in the future. With the protection of the nutrient liquid, users could remain in sleep state for an extensive amount of time without causing damage to the body. At that time, players who bought the hibernation chamber, which is equivalent to VIP users, will be granted the ability to stay online for a continuous period of time until all nutrient liquid is exhausted. But Jiang Chen thought that for the rich players that could afford the 500,000 hibernation chambers, they probably won't have that much time to play the game. But he also knew that in the near future, the application of virtual reality was not limited to gaming. It will become a tool that completely changes everyone's life. Chapter 593: Quantum Communication Satellites in the Orbit. Translator, Min Editor, Rundi on the deserted island south of Ange Island. Leaving the thick smoke trail behind, Celestial Trade's rockets launched to the vast blue dome. Accompany the accession of this rocket marked Xian and humanity's first usage of quantum communication satellite. Of course, the public didn't know the true functionality of this rocket, and Celestial Trade didn't offer an explanation to the non-traditional information passage quantum communication technology, and only vaguely stated that the satellite utilized an innovative technology which would allow the latency of Wi-Fi connections to be limited to 20 ping and below. The satellite will provide free Wi-Fi service to Xian as part of the citizens' benefit. Not only did it improve Xian citizens' view of Celestial Trade, it also drastically increased the tourism rating of Panu Islands. Also, because of the expansive coverage of the satellite and large amount of idling capacity available, Celestial Trade's Aerospace Technology Center was in the process of negotiating with the largest telecommunications service provider in Atria regarding a partnership opportunity to provide paid Wi-Fi service to the eastern area of Atria. I can't believe I'm standing at this god-forsaken place watching you play with rockets. United Nations International Space Agency observer Henry was standing outside of the rocket launch ground with sunglasses on while watching the empty launch frame in boredom. It was February, but Coral Island's air was filled with the smell of summer. And the sense of summer was especially apparent on the island near the equator. Without media around, Henry took off his suit jacket. 24 launches in a year. If you're feeling like you are making too much money, why don't you donate to the Red Cross? I'm personally doing philanthropy right now. As to the Red Cross, I don't have that much money to do that, Jiang Chen mocked. The Red Cross's poor reputation in Hua was no secret. Any outside products, whether it was advanced products or a belief, ideology will be mutated for the better or worse. So Henry only made a sound with his nose at Jiang Chen's scorn as someone who would take out a portion of his paycheck as a Protestant. Every time I step on this island, I have the illusion that I'm deported from the civilized society. Seeing the rockets rise and the smoke disappear, Henry muttered to himself. You should feel lucky because this is the start of humanity, the center of the universe in the future. Here. Henry pointed at the bare sandstone reefs below his feet and ridiculed. Unless humanity's future is becoming a dried fish on the beach. Jiang Chen could understand Henry's frustration. If it were not for Xian's entire year launch plan, he wouldn't have to be transferred from the prosperous district to here. He also without need to stare at the trail of smoke twice a month. But the description of dried fish somehow poked on Jiang Chen's funny bone. Jiang Chen patted him on the shoulder and grinned. Then just pretend you're taking a vacation at the East Pacific Hawaii, though the vacation might be a bit longer. You can enjoy 5-star hotels every day. If I were you, I wouldn't complain this much. Henry glanced at Jiang Chen before he turned around toward the port. He already confirmed that the launch had nothing with ICBM, therefore half of his work this month was already over. There was no need to stay on the island anymore. He just wanted to return to the hotel he's staying at, change into clean clothes, and then have some cold beer at the bar. The United Nations accommodation budget only permitted him to stay in the cheaper hotels, but Celestial Trade took extra care of him. Not only did they arrange for him to stay at Future Group's building, they also covered his 3 meals per day, and even offered a travel subsidy of $50,000 per month. $50,000 was enough to buy a nice car. Henry first rejected Jiang Chen's clear intention to befriend him, but he then gladly accepted later. Since he had to write 2 reports a month and it was indeed tiring. As to the satellite Celestial Trade launched, he kept one eye open and one eye closed about it while saving the step of checking the key parts. He just wrote, "Conventional Commercial Communication Satellite," on the report. In his perspective, the tiny satellite could not carry any dangerous weapon modules. And the rocket's design had nothing to do ICBM at all. It was just F that had a hostile opinion toward Xian's launch plans before. After the MLL Island missile crisis, UA and their allies began to comment about Xian's launch plans too. The first thing after the peace treaty came in effect, UA used the United Nations to pressure Xian to release the number of ICBMs available and the number of missile silos under the sea. Jiang Chen could obviously not agree and responded with corresponding conditions. Unless UA released all the coordinates of all ICBM deployment, Celestial Trade will never release any information related to the underwater missile silo. Do you think I'm dumb? If I told you everything, how can I play the game? UA then proposed new terms requesting Xian to provide concrete evidence to prove that the country held no mass-destructive weapons, for example the T-virus. It was hard to prove, unless the United Nations observers took apart every warhead and examined it. Xian's response was direct. The virus vaccine was developed by Xian's Future Biology, the main contributor for treating the infection against the T-virus. Xian will reject any illogical allegation made by UA. Illogical? It was indeed illogical. Since the terms of the negotiation was confidential to the outside world, UA could not bring out solid evidence to prove Celestial Trade used the virus as a chip on the table and threatened them on the negotiation table. But even if they had evidence, UA will never admit that they chose to compromise and sold on F's interest. Even then, UA's defense white paper didn't include Xian as a high-priority target. A country with just barely 30,000 people was too slow. Even if it created a commotion in the local region, it didn't influence UA's supremacy at all. UA was most worried about Xian leaning toward Hua. If that did happen, their island's chain they worked hard to establish would cease to exist. But by the current looks of it, Xian didn't have plans for this. Although they had higher than usual aerospace activity, they didn't have plans to hide the launch, which rest assured the UA Defense Department. But assured was one thing. To a country with ICBM capability, the Rainbow Mansion still maintained the basic degree of caution. CIB's activity on Coral Island increased by a notch to search for the non-existent weapon of mass destruction. The second launch mission was successful without a doubt. After saying goodbye to Henry, seeing it was late, Jiang Chen got rid of the idea of returning to Future Group. On the way home, Aisha reported to Jiang Chen about the status at the National Defense Agency. Among the UA tourists headed to Koro Island, 2 are confirmed to be CIB agents or at least hired by CIB. Is there any confirmed spy activity? Currently no. Aisha shook his head. Then keep an eye on them for now. Compared with CIB's people, I'm more concerned with the situation in Yodo. Is there any results from the investigation on Takeda Pharmaceutical? Currently no. Aisha lowered her head in disappointment. Among the employees, we didn't find the name Tanaka. Is that so? Looks like they're doing a good job in their privacy work. Jiang Chen stared at the scenes disappearing outside of the window as he said nonchalantly. There were only 2 possibilities. One was that Takeda Pharmaceutical had nothing to do with Curofune, but that was impossible. The other possibility was more dangerous. It was that Takeda Pharmaceutical was working with Curofune with the Nippon government's involvement. Since just from a privacy measure, a private enterprise with such a secure measure was odd, especially considering the cost. I will send more people, no need. Jiang Chen shook his head. If I guessed correctly, they will make another move soon. Your primary mission is to ensure the national security of Xian and prevent Curofune from infiltrating domestically. Celestial trade soldiers will assist in your operation. Understood. Aisha nodded solemnly. The spike missile as well as the virus that sacrificed a city was enough to prove the organization's determination to kill him. But he didn't feel the slightest fear at all. Funny, what kind of death didn't he face before? In the apocalypse, not including zombies, there were countless amount of Roshans and mutated humans that died in his hands. He even faced the dangerous death claws. Was he going to fear a few rats? Chapter 594 Free Wi-Fi. There were previously 2 telecommunication providers from New Zealand that provided Xian's cellular service, but followed by Celestial Trade's quantum communication satellite launch that provided free Wi-Fi service to all of Xian. The 2 foreign competitors' businesses there were instantly crashed. Who would be willing to pay if there is a free equivalent service? While 20 megabits per second speed was not the fastest internationally, it was enough. 20 ping of latency was an impeccable experience for most users. A value lower than that would be indistinguishable by the naked eye. A quantum communication satellite has a life of 5 to 10 years with a cost around 100 to 200 million USD. Celestial Trade was expected to launch 36 satellites to the geosynchronous orbit. Combined with the cost of launch, Celestial Trade's yearly aerospace budget was around $1.5 billion. Because of the scarce amount of resources in the apocalypse, Jiang Chen didn't want Jiang Lin to waste his time producing this, therefore he transferred the quantum communication satellite production line to the modern world. Considering that the quantum communication technology must be kept confidential, the production line became currently the most automated product line in Future Group with an automation rate of 85% completed by drones. Although the design caused the cost to the production line to double, it decreased the labor cost in producing the satellite. From a long-term perspective, the investment was worthwhile. But regardless, anything project related to aerospace still burned through money. Perhaps when the space elevator is built, the situation would become better. With the foreign telecommunication providers exiting the market, Jiang Chen used the principle of not wasting anything and purchased the New Zealand telecom subsidiary in Xian with a floor price of $210 million and took over all the talents and assets. The business was restructured and merged into Celestial Trade's web project team to provide internet port services to Xian. Due to the limitation in number, quantum communication satellite functionality only acted as a giant router. Although this router could use the quantum entanglement effect to observe the weak electromagnetic signals tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Earth in order to achieve the data exchange between satellite and conventional cell phones, but ultimately, the router still must be connected with the signal stations on the ground. If Xian's user wanted to visit a UA website, although they used the satellite, the data still must be transferred from the signal stations through the submarine cable. The innovation of the quantum communication satellite exists in that it changed the conventional, user cable, or Wi-Fi plus cable, server, data transferring method to user satellite server, and the ability to accept user upload data could be viewed an upgrade to Google's global Wi-Fi plan. When all 36 of celestial trade satellites ascend and the Wi-Fi signal covered the entire Earth, it would be time when the submarine cables start to exit from history. Disregarding the technological aspect, while Celestial Trade's cheap meteorological service didn't make the XIN citizen feel any convenience, the free Wi-Fi plan quickly gathered overwhelmingly positive support. Whether you were home or fishing on the sea, as long as you were within the borders of XIN, you could connect with the Wi-Fi signal. From the start, when Celestial Trade announced to XIN through the satellite that it will provide free Wi-Fi to the entire region, the international experts were quick to dismiss the idea. But when they discovered Celestial Trade really did it, the experts and professors were dumbfounded. All the university and research institute almost blew up Celestial Trade's phone. Celestial Trade's response was suave. What's funny was, the era-defining technology did not scare the professors and experts first, but the telecommunication providers thousands of kilometers away. Although the satellite must rely on a group port to provide user with Wi-Fi service, the port didn't have to be located domestically, it could be placed anywhere on Earth. Therefore, Celestial Trade only need to maintain a large enough port to be able to use the quantum communication satellite to provide Wi-Fi to any region with signal coverage. And the users will be connecting from XIN's port and it'll have nothing to do with the country the user is located in. It was terrible news for some people. Free Wi-Fi. Full coverage. It is rubbish. CTV and other medias made statements overnight questioning Celestial Trade's free Wi-Fi project could perhaps violate the laws of neighboring countries. Even if Liu family wanted to help out, they couldn't. The telecommunication industry was connected with too many people's interest, even as the Liu family, they could not stand up against the opposing voice alone. When the state media made their comment, Liu Xianghua called Jiang Chen. What you did lacked consideration. Lacked consideration? When Jiang Chen picked up the phone, he was a bit confused. He didn't remember starting any projects in Han. Could it be Ning Jianhua that did something wrong? When he finished listening to Liu Xianghua, he realized it was not that at all. So he began to explain with a dumbfounded emotion. The free Wi-Fi will only be available in XIN as part of the benefits to XIN citizens, it will not be available in other countries. We have currently entered in an agreement with Atria's telecommunication provider to provide monthly Wi-Fi service at a cost of $15 $15 was approximately $11 which was competitive for the Atria citizens with an average cost of data service of $60. Only a small area could enjoy unlimited, high-speed internet service because of the NBN project. Liu Xianghua was somewhat relieved when he heard Jiang Chen's explanation. Let me ask another question. In the agreement with Australia, which port are they using? It could be XIN or it could be Australia, but the Australia telecommunication provider did suggest that we can leave the port maintenance work to them, so we did just that. It is not a small cost to maintain the web port. Jiang Chen sunk into his chair. He habitually spun the pen in his right hand while holding the phone with his left hand and explained to Uncle Liu. He was still confused since Celestial Trade had no active business in Hua. The only two international projects were the civil war between Moro and Country F and the Wi-Fi service in Australia. So you're saying, if Australia people wanted to use Celestial Trade's Wi-Fi, it still must go through the port of Australia telecommunication provider? It was funny since neither Liu Xianghua nor Jiang Chen understood the technical knowledge behind this, their communication sounded like both were pretending that they knew. In theory, yes. Jiang Chen forcefully nodded. While he wanted to add that it was not necessary, he got rid of the idea after giving it some thought. Liu Xianghua laughed when he received confirmation from Jiang Chen. I see. Now I'm assured. But your Wi-Fi, just do it outside if you know what I mean. Don't you want free internet? Jiang Chen asked with an odd expression. Do you think the Liu family lacks the money to pay for internet? Jiang Chen took a moment to process and understood what the elder referred to, so he started to laugh along. That makes sense. After catching up with Uncle Liu, he hung up the phone. With Future Group's billion to support them, the Liu family really didn't need worry about the family's finances. As long as Future Group didn't do anything too over the line, the Liu family's power could easily deflect any criticism. Therefore, they could have the inflow for a long time. A few $100s in internet bills. It was like a drop in the vast sea. Jiang Chen hung up the phone. Seeing it was around lunchtime, he put the task at hand aside and headed to the elevator. The future building was 110 floors above the ground, with 5 floors being dining space with a variety of gourmet foods. With Future Group funding it, reputable food companies were contracted to provide dining service for all 6,000 employees in the building. Future Group had a lot of money. It was not only reflected on the president's bank account, but it was also reflected in the daily work and bank account of each employee. Jiang Chen will never mistreat his own employees. Future Group's bonus each year was generous to the point of it being shocking. The low cost of research and unrivaled competition in the market brought Future Group a high profitability margin. Jiang Chen's requirements for all employees were just asking them to have the ability to accept new knowledge, as well as the most critical sense of belonging and loyalty. Jiang Chen's office was located in the uppermost office space and the highest floor of the entire building. If he were eating at the company, he would usually head to the diner on the 100th floor. His appetite was always excellent when he watched the island change because of him. Medium Australia coal-roasted steak, spaghetti, mashed potato, eggs, as well as a bowl of rich and thick chicken mushroom soup. The seat along the left window was his special spot. Since Jiang Chen always sat here, the employees of the company left the seat specifically for their president. Respect will cause distance. Although Jiang Chen acted friendly to everyone and even could be said to not too bureaucratic at all, the employees would still leave a safe distance out of habit. This point was reflected on the fact that all the employees that saw Jiang Chen would greet him warmly and they were happy to chat with him during breaks, but no one would sit across from him when eating. If the diner were not crowded, people usually wouldn't sit near him. Partially because they didn't want to disturb him, and partially because they didn't know if he wanted people to sit with him. Of course, it could be because of the fear of height, since it was the window seat on the 100th floor. Jiang Chen described this phenomenon as the emperor vibe, but he didn't mind it personally since he was a person that enjoyed the quietness. The steak is not bad today. It is a pity that Aisha is not here. He chewed on a piece of steak and nodded in approval. Aisha had a particularly fond relationship with beef, but because she was at New Moon Island today taking care of tasks regarding the ghost agents, she was not at the future building. While Jiang Chen was untiringly enjoying the scenery outside and feeding delicious gourmet foods into his mouth, the sound of high heels approached him before he noticed a person sat down across from him. When Jiang Chen saw the gorgeous but cold face, the fork stopped by his mouth for 2 seconds, but he quickly returned to his normal state and smiled at her. Are you going to eat here? I always eat here, okay. Xia Shiyu placed the tray on the table and said nonchalantly. Fruit salad, corn soup, croissant, no meat. Xia Shiyu saw Jiang Chen was staring at his plate and she tilted her head, puzzled. Is there a problem? No, will you be full? Jiang Chen felt a bit shocked. Because, Xia Shiyu couldn't tell him that because she sat for too long, therefore her legs got a bit wider. Therefore she opened her mouth, but then swallowed the words down and said, don't really have the appetite. Take care of your body, don't catch a cold. Jiang Chen then masticated. You're already so thin, and you still eat this little, I'm afraid you'll be blown away during a typhoon. Xia Shiyu didn't know what Jiang Chen was thinking. She bit into the small tomato before she replied in a whisper. After the kiss at the end of the year ball, the two didn't have lunch like this for a long time. But after the New Year's Eve dinner, although nothing happened, it magically brought them closer together. After getting to know her, Xia Xiyu, who always had a distant expression, surprisingly was easy to get to. Sometimes Jiang Chen thought it would be great to maintain their current relationship. They could discuss anything work or life-related. Although he knew it was impossible. The conversation then turned into work. Jiang Chen remembered the conversation with Lu Xianghua and then told her what they discussed on the phone. We have to put the 1.4 billion people market aside for now. Jiang Chen sounded casual, but he was very reluctant to do so. Based on the stats published at the end of 2016, the total number of Han netizens broke through the 700 million mark and more than doubled the population of the UA. Even if every netizen's fee was 10 renminbi per month, it was monthly earnings of 7 billion and at least $12.9 billion of earning per year. If providing the Wi-Fi service required 7 large quantum communication satellites, the yearly maintenance cost would be around $700 million. After all miscellaneous expenses, the net profit could easily surpass $500 million. Since celestial trade didn't require an actual storefront, payment could be done online and acquiring the service would just need the user to have an account and the app, and the savings in labor and rent were substantial enough. While the current incumbents have a monopoly, their 2015 revenue of 331 billion renminbi only netted a profit of 20 billion renminbi. I'm the current CEO of Future Group, are you discussing this with the wrong person? Xia Xiyu joked. The satellite Wi-Fi plan was Celestial Trade's project. While Celestial Trade's projects were working to serve Future Group without directly pursuing a profit, the management and share structure was independent. What's the big deal? Besides, the software maintenance service of the satellite Wi-Fi project is provided by Future Technology. Also, I want to hear your opinion, Jiang Chen said. The relationships there are too complicated. My recommendation is to remain cautious and avoid the interests chain. Xia Xiyu gave it a thought and carefully suggested, to avoid affecting the group's other business sectors. So you're just letting that $10 billion sit there? Jiang Chen let out a sigh before he stuffed a tomato in his mouth. Of course not, a confident curvature appeared on Xia Xiyu's red lips. If Celestial Trade's Wi-Fi covers the entire world and completely outcast the submarine cable service, could they still reject you? Jiang Chen first took a moment to process before he smiled delightfully. They could surprisingly be on the same page, reject. You have to be able to reject first. After the meal, Xia Xiyu picked up the napkin and elegantly cleaned off the salad sauce from the tip of her mouth. She hesitated for a moment while looking at Jiang Chen still working on the steak before speaking. Can I ask you a personal question? Go ahead, Jiang Chen openly said. What's your view on Aisha? Jiang Chen's fork froze, he began to regret saying yes so freely. Is this a topic related to work? This is lunch time. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and gently said the word Xia Xiyu didn't want to hear. An important person to me. With a hint of remorse quickly fading in her eyes, Xia Xiyu looked down. Then how do you look at me? Jiang Chen said sternly while looking at her face. An important person to me. In the black pupils, surprise and anger were mixed together. Without knowing how to reply to the answer, Xia Xiyu bit her lips, stood up, and picked up the tray. Just as when she passed by Jiang Chen, she stepped on his foot fiercely. Without caring for Jiang Chen's exaggerated scream, she left in quick steps. Jiang Chen wiped off his shoes with a napkin and looked peculiarly at the elegant figure before letting out a long sigh. Sometimes he thought he was extremely greedy. Although Jiang Chen was stomped by Xia Xiyu's high heel, his mood was particularly delighted. Not to be mistaken, it wasn't because he was an M. It was just that he thought it is refreshing to see Xia Xiyu, who normally didn't like to smile, displaying such a womanly character. When he returned to the office, he took the stack of documents organized by the assistant and started the afternoon's work. With Future Group's business expanding globally, as the president who must provide a strategic direction for the company, it was mandatory for him to follow the news to be aware of the global situation. February of 2017. The UA Congress officially passed the defense budget and permanently established the most advanced missile interception system in the Eastern Pacific to replace the previous system. At the same, the UA Congress was holding discussions on whether they should sell the replaced missile defense system to Country F, and they were wondering if this would cause tensions with Hua. Jiang Chen wasn't too worried about the new system. It certainly existed in UA before, but it still couldn't manage to capture the Dolphin 10 flying in the near-Earth orbit. The newest defense system was equipped with a state-of-the-art active phased array radar that could be used to track enemy ballistic missiles in the early phase and allow for interception at the end phase. But it was futile. In order to track Dolphin 10 at the launch stage and intercept it during flight, it would require the most advanced passive phased array radar. Of course, UA wouldn't admit that the move was a precaution against celestial trade. They only explained to the media that the missile system was directed at North Korea's fireworks. Wait, no, their ICBM. On the other hand, the International Energy Summit was held in Shanghai. During the summit, the international leaders discussed the exploration progress of shale gas, combustible ice, and the applications of new energy sources. The summit was great news for future heavy industries since it has a focus on the pure electric car battery sector. A total of 147 patents for electrode materials, membrane components, new electrolytes and high-energy additives for solid-state lithium-air batteries applied through PCT were approved by patent offices in various countries. For the first time, Future Group was invariably welcomed by patent offices from countries around the world. At the same time, Future Group's car battery project scientists managed to process technology from the apocalypse only half a step ahead of the modern world, and they designed the first model of the Mix-1 pure electric car battery. The specifications of the Mix would be used as the standard in the next 10 years for all pure electric vehicles. The Mix-1 battery was being built in a plant located in New Guinea, and they received orders from Jiang Chen to invest in Luer Automotive Company. The company pushed out a pure electric vehicle and landed first in France's automotive market. While they received France's new energy funding subsidy, the price tag of €60,000 received the support from mid to low-end customers. At the same time, Luer's application for an IPO was approved with a price of €15 for a total of 10 million shares. The 10 million shares accounted for 20% of the total shares outstanding, and the IPO price represented a price-of-earning ratio of 11 times. Jiang Chen's share controls hence changed from 80% to 64% as a result of the IPO. On the day of the offering, Luer's share price peaked to €18.3 before stabilizing at around €17. Jiang Chen purchased Luer shares for $100 million at the BER Auto Exhibition, and the IPO predicted the investment to be worth $760 million. But that was just the beginning. Once Luer entered Europe and the rest of the world, it was inevitable for the company's market cap to break 10 billion. Electric vehicles would be the future, just like how diesel vehicles would become part of the museums like steam vehicles before. It was inevitable as the wheel of history turned. Finally, there was news from Europe. From the Paris Opera at the beginning of 2016 to the Berlin train station and the Frankfurt terrorist attack at the end of the year, the flames of terrorism ignited panic among the public and ignited heightened patriotism. Fear was always the catalyst to hatred. In the last century, people spread hatred due to bankruptcy. Right now, no one felt guilty about refugees. The first was Frankfurt. The more radical New Choice Party came into power with the party leader Peter elected as the new prime minister. He declared that Frankfurt was no longer a camp for refugees all over the world. Refugees would no longer enjoy the same treatment as their own nationals. Any illegal immigrants would be sanctioned. If you couldn't find a job there, you must get out. Reinstate death sentences for terrorists. Expand the National Anti-Terrorist Force. All anti-terrorists missions were given the permission to shoot right away. Crete's list of radical movements received criticism from human rights activists, but it received the support of most Frankfurt people. Next was France, the home base for the Rothschild family. Although they were nowhere near as radical, they were following the movement. Could this solve the problem? No. It might even make the problem worse. But satirically, the refugee problem had plagued Europe for so long, and the crisis facing a separated Europe was resolved perfectly. Governments with the same ideology could do their best to understand and compromise for each other. Before, around the round table of Europe, people would argue about one problem non-stop to the point where countries were threatening to leave. While there were still 10 people, the opinions were no longer divided. They were a family now. At least on the refugee crisis, the previously divergent Europe no longer shared any disparities of opinion. At the back of the radicalization movement, Jiang Chen saw the shadow of the Rothschilds. Looks like Evelyn lost. Although Jiang Chen helped him escape to Austria, the power of a deputy prime minister wasn't enough to turn the tables against the long-standing Rothschilds, especially since it wasn't just Rothschild power alone behind all of this. The allies of the old aristocracy weren't to be underestimated. When Jiang Chen put his newspaper down, he suddenly had an odd idea in his head. The Rothschild family was connected to the Golden Apple, so which side did they represent? 90 years ago, during the darkest era of humanity, the SS Nature Selection set sail from Gliese 581G. At the same time, Willy Society was formed with the support of the Rothschilds, and the tool to communicate with heaven, the Golden Apple, was transferred into the Nazis' hands. The Nippon emperor who visited Europe had the idea of using the alien force to conquer the world. After witnessing the powerful European, this was an entanglement from 20.5 light-years away. Just like a spider that weaved an invisible spider web that was disguised as part of the history. Jiang Chen had the feeling that he was close to the truth. Maybe he was even standing at the gateway to the truth. But what could the truth be? Following the official launch of Godly Land, Future Biology's entry into the medical industry, and Future Heavy Industries' first Mix-1 battery rolling down the production line, Jiang Chen could clearly sense that Future Group's expansion was entering a bottleneck. Any enterprise would more or less face a similar situation during the transformation. The reasons could arise from multiple facets, for example, antitrust investigations, satisfaction with the current status quo, or losing their competitive advantage. The former case would be Morgan divided into two, J.P. Morgan and Morgan Stanley, and the almost broken Microsoft, while the latter case would be Compad's acquisition of Digital Equipment Corporation. DEC was the second largest information system company, only second to IBM. Fortunately, Future Group didn't have the same two restrictions because XIN will never launch an antitrust investigation against Future Group. Future Group itself depended on advanced technology to prosper. But the bottleneck still existed. The most critical reason that caused the bottleneck was a lack of talent. Future Group's talent acquisition had depended on the international headhunter market as well as hiring from regional offices. But talent from the headhunters had high volatility with uncertainty in safety. Only a small number of individuals could be verified before being given an important role. Jiang Chen was unafraid to use the majority of talented individuals, but without a clear background recommended by headhunters, this caused a shortage of talent in Future Group. Despite new employees being hired every day, it couldn't meet the expansion speed of the multiple subsidiaries. This was especially true for management talent. Compared to technical talent, the gap in management talent was huge, and there was a lack of reserve in the group, which gave Jiang Chen the biggest headache. There were a lot of people willing to work at Future Group, but there was only a small portion willing to move to XIN and work on Coral Island. XIN had a high floating population. The number could break through 50,000 during tourism peak seasons, but only 30,000 people comprised the permanent population. It was hard to imagine a country with such a mediocre education level, shortage of labor, and inactive markets supporting such a giant multinational corporation. If Future Group chose to expand in Hua, perhaps this problem wouldn't have existed. But conversely, Future Group wouldn't have been able to become the beast it is today, despite having the technology to do so. There were pros and cons to leaving. Although Jiang Chen had been investing in educational resources on Coral Island and arranging for university students to intern at the group, these measures were ineffective in the short term. In order for Future Group to expand faster, he had to increase Xian's immigration appeal, especially for talented individuals. Perhaps his plan had to be pulled ahead of schedule. But just as Jiang Chen was developing a headache over the lack of talent, Dr. Amos from the University of BR sent an email to his personal email address, asking him to visit his lab. When Dr. Amos was on board at Future Group, he directly dove into the lab Jiang Chen prepared for him and spent his time inside all day learning about D++ programming language as well as the basic artificial intelligence database. He later even revamped the front desk of the lab into a living room and the lounge into a bedroom. He didn't want the seaside mansion Jiang Chen provided him and used the lab as his living quarters. Jiang Chen gave him the fullest extent of trust since he moved to Xian. After Amos signed the confidentiality agreement, Jiang Chen gave the most advanced information technology for him to research. Now, he seemed to have achieved some results. Dr. Amos's lab was located at the first underground level of Future Building. When Jiang Chen knocked on the door, Amos' daughter, the blonde lowly, Million, opened the door for him. The little girl with the golden ponytail courteously asked Jiang Chen to wait in the living room. She then timidly ran into the room and brought her father out. "Long time no see, Dr. Amos." Jiang Chen stood up and walked toward Amos, who was dressed in a plaid shirt and jeans. "Feel free to sit anywhere, make yourself feel at home. Coke, orange juice or champagne? Which one do you want?" Amos opened the fridge in the living room and spoke with a brisk tone. He seemed to be very busy. "Water is fine." Jiang Chen smiled. "Do you have something to discuss with me?" "That's right." Amos poured himself a cup of Coke while pouring a cup of water for Jiang Chen, then he walked beside the sofa. "Do you remember the task you gave me last year? I've mostly mastered the programming language. It's absolutely incredible, whoever developed this language is a genius. And that basic artificial intelligence database, could I meet the creator?" Jiang Chen had a helpless expression on his face. Everyone's reaction was the same, from the biologist, Zhan Shujie to the rocket scientist, Calvin. The experts from each field always first asked to meet the designer whenever he brought out a new piece of technology. "Sorry, due to various reasons, I currently can't introduce you to the designer of the two technologies. In a few years at most, you might have the opportunity to meet them." Amos was very understanding of Jiang Chen's explanation and he wasn't as insistent as Zhan Shujie and Kelvin. "Is it the confidentiality agreement? I understand since the two technologies have huge commercial value, especially artificial intelligence." "No, not just commercial value, if it could be used in the military field, it's already being used there," Jiang Chen interrupted him with a smile, "but I hope you can keep it a secret from the public." Amos looked at Jiang Chen awkwardly, but he still voiced the concern on his mind: it will be a disaster to the entire human race. "Your perspective is very similar to Hawkins, and I agree with your perspective." Jiang Chen leaned against the sofa and took a sip of the water to soothe his throat. "But I have to add that artificial intelligence without restrictions will become a disaster to the human race. Let's not talk about this anymore. You asked me here not to talk about the safety of technology, right?" Amos nodded. "Of course. As you know, I have 2 PhDs in information technology and mechanical engineering with a primary focus on robots and artificial intelligence." As the doctor spoke, he waved his hand at Million, who was timidly hiding behind the doorframe. The lowly understood his father. She swept her squirrel tail-like ponytail and disappeared from behind the door. Then she brought her father's laptop to the living room. "This is the robot I designed as well as the corresponding operating system. Amos put the laptop on the table and put the anti-glare glasses in front of his chest out of habit. He then opened the robot icon program on the desktop before turning the laptop to face Jiang Chen. Housework Robot utilizes the basic artificial intelligence database as well as D++ programming language. It has facial recognition, item recognition, movement system, and the central control program which has a size of 12 gigabytes. This is the concept visualization. Have you seen Big Hero 6? You could interpret this as Baymax who can do housework. Of course, Jiang Chen watched Big Hero 6 before and had a deep impression of Baymax, who looked humbled and cute normally. But he was cool when he fought, and acted as a warm-hearted maid. Even from a commercial point of view, Baymax was one of the more successful characters Disney created in recent years. Housework Robot? Baymax? Jiang Chen looked curiously at the 3D visualization on the computer screen and adjusted the angle with the turn of the mouse. Human structure with the outside covered in polyethylene. To avoid causing unwanted physiological effects, the head of the robot was designed to be cylindrical, but the other parts replicated a human body. The legs were designed with both wheels and walking mode to suit both flat ground and stairs. Amos was being too humble. Not only was he knowledgeable in robots and artificial intelligence, but he had quite an understanding of human ergonomics. Sweeping, washing dishes, simple gourmet skills, even fixing light bulbs, sinks, and simple woodwork. The functionalities are nice, but is there a market for this? Jiang Chen noticed the robot's blueprints wrote that the skeleton required a titanium alloy, and the special polyethylene material used to cover the body wasn't cheap, even produced at scale. The price of the robot might not be the nicest. Unless people were extremely lazy, they could do housework by themselves. There is no low-end market, but there should be a mid to high-tier market. Because of living habits, Asians might not need it, but Americans definitely would love it. UA had a high cost of labor, but their living spaces were particularly large. Therefore, the housework robot could have a positive market outlook in UA and European countries. As for the Asian market, just with Future Group's brand power alone, the sales won't be too shabby either. Jiang Chen was becoming more pleased with the robot still in its conceptual stage. Not only the robot, but he was also extremely pleased with Amos. Precisely speaking, it would be the first future brand product developed by the modern world. The doctor from BR didn't disappoint. Not only did he digest the programming language from the apocalypse as a beginner, he also designed an interesting product. I'm extremely pleased with this product, but basic artificial intelligence and D++ programming language, I know. These are all corporate secrets, but this housework robot can be considered part of Future Group's assets. My only request is to include my name as one of the developers of the robot, Amos said immediately. No, you've mistaken what I meant. Jiang Chen shook his head. The program and robot are designed by you, so of course it will have your name. This robot will be manufactured by Future Heavy Industries, and I hope you can design the production line yourself. Future Group will use the authentication of the database and $200 million to invest in this project for 80% control. What do you think? Amos was processing the information. He didn't think Jiang Chen would be so generous. The housework robot's research was initiated a long time ago, but due to restraints in technology, he couldn't control the program's usage within the capabilities of the control chip. He had to either reduce the functionality of the robot or design a more powerful control chip. But D++ programming language solved his problem perfectly. The utilization of the basic artificial intelligence database not only made the robot more user-friendly, but it also made its logical responses more human. He also designed a program similar to Little White in Future 1.0 where it allowed the robot to communicate with the user. Without Future Group providing the basic artificial intelligence database and D++ programming language, he absolutely couldn't finish the next-generational housework robot. Especially since he completed the final design using Future Group's lab. From an intellectual property point of view, the robot belonged to Future Group. Therefore, when Jiang Chen talked about the database authentication problem, he straightforwardly said the robot belonged to Jiang Chen. He just didn't think Jiang Chen would offer cooperation and give him a percentage of the profits. Amos wouldn't say no to Jiang Chen's generosity because there was absolutely no reason to do so. Out of the spirit of scientific research, he couldn't do something that used other people's research to profit himself, even if the creator hadn't applied for a patent and only corporate secrets belonged to Future Group. But that didn't mean he disliked money. Of course, he was thankful for Jiang Chen's offer. Since the work was the result of all his efforts, it would be impossible to say he didn't want a cut. With Future Group providing the funds and authentication while he could garner 20% of the profit without taking any risk, it was undoubtedly generosity to the extreme. As for the designing the production line, it wouldn't be hard for him at all. Regarding the details of the production line, I want you to reference some recommendations. Before that, could you ask your daughter to give us some space? Jiang Chen smiled at the little girl standing at the door to the living room. Amos nodded and signaled his daughter to close the door, then he looked back at Jiang Chen. Is it something inappropriate for other people to know? You don't have to worry, my million is very thoughtful. It's true that it's inappropriate for other people to know, but rather than that being the reason, it is embarrassing to say. Jiang Chen lowered his voice and leaned toward Amos while suppressing the discomfort in his mind. If we're talking about the three keywords, artificial intelligence, robot, and maid, did you not think about adult toys? How could I have thought about that? It was weird for you not to think about it. Therefore, the two almost started an argument. Stats suggested that the Han adult toy market demand exceeded over 50 billion in 2015. The annual compounded growth rate of the market from 2006 to 2016 was 30%, ranked highest out of the entire profiteering industry. As for how big the global market was, no reliable data could provide an estimate. But it wouldn't be a small number nonetheless. Note, it was the size of the market. It was too wasteful just to create a housework robot with artificial intelligence and special polyethylene that could mimic the touch of human skin. Why not build a product that could satisfy the needs for all the singles out there from the existing design? It could do housework, it could cook, it could warm your bed, and it wouldn't throw a tantrum. Where else could you find such a great partner? It was, of course, necessary to have a housework robot with only housework capabilities for all ages, but it was necessary to also have an R-18 simulated housework robot. But then Amos would have to work harder. Although he had experience in researching human ergonomics, he had no knowledge in adult toys at all. To incorporate the simulation of facial expressions, the contents from the basic artificial intelligence database related to personality and emotion, new positions and other new elements must all be included. In order to reduce his workload, Jiang Chen increased the budget of the lab and ordered Amos to establish a project team to specifically design the highly simulated robot still in its conceptual stage. Before he left the lab, he repeatedly warned him. The program in the chip must be encrypted by Future Group encryption software. The basic artificial intelligence database was one of the core technologies that led the world. Even if D++ would be released to the public later, the artificial intelligence database would absolutely not be released this early. Unless Future Group gained new advantages. After taking care of everything, Jiang Chen returned to the apocalypse and went to see Du Yongkong with the software Amos designed. The development of the program has a computer rating at least C. Du Yongkong reluctantly nodded after he tested the software out. If it was before the war and this guy went to your company, would you hire him? Jiang Chen asked. Not understanding the general's meaning, Du Yongkong debated for a while, then carefully articulated, ability is only part of the hiring process. The game studio I worked for placed more emphasis on creativity and passion for work. A design-level project for university can only prove that he didn't waste his 4 years in university. My department may want him, or may not want him. Jiang Chen forced a smile. If the former university professor Amos heard that the program he diligently worked on only looked like a design project for graduation, would the dual doctor professor, renowned as a genius, fight him? Could you assign him to my department? Seeing as Jiang Chen was about to leave, Du Yongkong asked. Didn't you say his abilities are only at a university graduation project level? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. I'll be okay even if he's a high school student. Our department is really lacking people. At least he has a C rating. He meets the standard. You promised us that once there are people who fit, you'll assign them to our department. Once he saw Du Yongkong starting to beg and plead for people, Jiang Chen dashed out without hesitation before he got on his knees asking for more people. When Jiang Chen left the community center, he happened to bump into Wang Qin, who was coming from the warehouse. He once again notified her of the lack of people in the software development department and inquired about progress on the warp drive researched by the Aerospace Technology Research Institute. When he heard that the development of the warp engine was slow, he debated for a moment. Put the warp engine research aside for now, tell them to help me replicate technology related to the space elevator. The space elevator? That thing can only be built near the equator, and the insane construction requirements are absolutely not sustainable by us. Wang Qin looked at Jiang Chen in shock when she heard his words. Just the Garden of Eden project demanded an excessive amount of labor and money. The space elevator was too wild of an idea for the NAC right now. I just need the technical document. I know survival camps don't have the condition to produce that. Seeing as Jiang Chen was insisting on the warp drive, Wang Qin stopped voicing her concerns since Jiang Chen was the general of NAC, and she was just the director for the logistics department without any right to question the general's decision. When Jiang Chen returned to the mansion, he found Lin Lin spending time in the lab and asked the thing that had been bothering him. Your interdimensional travel ability is blocked. That's a serious dilemma. Lin Lin leaned against the chair with both hands behind her head, a lollipop was hanging in her mouth with the candy constantly hitting her teeth. Do you have any insight? Jiang Chen asked. No, Lin Lin was straightforward. Could you clearly describe the situation then? Jiang Chen described what happened in Kajia with clear detail, including the relationship between Kurofun and the colonization ship, their conspiracy of attempting to assassinate him, and the sudden eruption of a zombie infection. You can open the storage dimension but can't perform interdimensional travel. Lin Lin wrapped her fingers around the thin stick while muttering to herself, I seem to have an idea, but is it theoretically possible? What is it? Lin Lin took out the lollipop, let out a sigh, and walked to the whiteboard on the wall before picking up a black marker. I remember giving you a lesson 1 year ago regarding the multi-universe theory. Here are 2 parallel lines, and you're an ant on one of the lines, an ant who can jump between the lines. Because for you, there's a door that exists between the 2 lines. A circle was drawn between the 2 lines. Needless to say, Lin Lin's art continued to suck, but it didn't prevent Jiang Chen from understanding her point. Klein particles use you as a node, which means that each of your hands can grab onto one of the lines. Therefore, you can freely move between the 2 worlds. I'll call this point a singularity point. Singularities had different interpretations in astronomy and physics, but they could be summed up as points in the universe where there was an independent and finite existence. Everything that happened here couldn't be explained by conventional science or human knowledge and experience. For example, 1 + 1 = 2 was true elsewhere, but at this point, it was 1 + 1 = 3. At this point, classical physics didn't apply and there was no physical quantity that existed. And Jiang Chen's presence was just a singularity point. Even with the most advanced physics knowledge of the 22nd century, Lin Lin still couldn't explain how he could open that door. Jiang Chen also couldn't explain this feeling. Traversing between the 2 worlds was as easy as drinking water and breathing. It felt like the door was in front of his eyes, and he only needed to extend his feet. Ordinary people can't see or touch the door, even if they spent their lives doing so. But a small accident happened here. Lin Lin drew another point on the line representing the colonization ship. Now, there is an unfriendly neighbor in the room, and he came from the other side of the door. After 1,000 years of research or evolution. Cultivation. All in all, he touched the boundary to the door and finally saw the door he passed through before but had never seen before. But, Lin Lin's words took a turn. She threw away the marker and pointed her lollipop at Jiang Chen. He still can't pass through the door because the key is in your hands. I have to say that you're probably the luckiest man in this universe. Lucky? Jiang Chen didn't disagree with what she said, but he wasn't happy about it. He paused for a moment. They can see the door, but what does it have to do with me being unable to travel for a period of time? They could use special methods to interfere with the movement of Klein particles. You should have already discovered this in the apocalypse. The application of Klein particles to create bugs is at a mastery level, including the one in my body. Lin Lin pumped her still flat chest with her fingers. The Klein particle rays can almost make all electronic equipment fail. I don't think it's impossible that they could develop other means of using Klein particles. To put it as an analogy, your neighbor is stronger than you. Although he can't open the door without the key, he can use brute force to pull on the door to prevent you from opening it. What an annoying neighbor then. What about the storage dimension? If they can see the door, why don't they block the storage dimension altogether? Jiang Chen was still puzzled. If they blocked the storage dimension, they could have killed him on the plane. He had to take out the power armor or other items to break the fall, or else he would have been smashed to the ground. Your storage dimension is more like a circle between the two parallel lines, independent from the universe but not part of the multi-universe. Because it isn't in the room, they naturally can't interfere. Jiang Chen finally felt relieved at Lin Lin's explanation. But even then, he still lacked the confidence in the war spanning over 100 years. Are they still evolving? These bugs are unsettling after all, Jiang Chen sighed. Let's not talk about that. How's the situation on this side regarding the Garden of Eden? It should be completed in half a year. Since it's Lin Lin was about to praise herself before being mercilessly interrupted by Jiang Chen. How much money did I spend on the Garden of Eden? Just the materials alone cost $200 million. Jiang Chen said bitterly. $200 million in materials. Without considering market saturation, it would be an astronomical number if converted to NAC's credit points. As the designer of the project, Lin Lin naturally knew how much of the budget she burned through, so she awkwardly looked away. Let's not talk about money. This is an era-defining project, you can't just look at economic gains. You're right. Since it's my backyard after all, maybe I'll have to live inside in the future. After retorting for the last time, he put some pudding on the table and headed for the door. Lin Lin seemed to have read something on his face. She hesitated for a moment before she spoke as Jiang Chen's hand landed on the doorknob. Don't feel defeated. You control the secret of the door, and they're still afraid of you, meaning you must possess something they're afraid of. For example. Jiang Chen didn't turn his head. It's up to you to discover. Lin Lin paused before a cheerful smile emerged on her face. Her elf-like silver hair reflected a rare hint of warmth under the sunshine. If possible, I want to see a lot of pudding. Mango flavor. Jiang Chen turned around and used his smile to meet her expectations. I promise. Jiang Chen brought back 3 things in total from the apocalypse: a quasi-experimental quantum computer at 40 square meters in size, an industrial 3D printer, and 100 amphibious construction robots. The quantum computer would be a small hill placed in the backyard of the mansion. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Chen's storage dimension changed fundamentally, it would be questionable if he could even bring the quantum computer over. The quantum computer was manufactured in 2150 with the code L0008 used as the virtual reality network sub-framework for the province of Suong to provide virtual reality porting services for all users in the province. It was quasi-experimental because its computational abilities didn't meet the requirements for an experimental quantum computer, but its RAM and processing abilities already stood at the peak among commercial quantum computers. The computer was preserved inside a special fallout shelter during the war. The fallout shelter located in Heng City recently opened, and Big Mining Pit, who knew NAC was interested in technology products, immediately sent out his forces to take over the fallout shelter. The boss of the Big Mining Pit didn't dare to make an unreasonable offer, considering how authoritative NAC has been. He sold the scientists and quantum computer from the fallout shelter to Zhao Chenwu's trade fleet before the Zhao Corporation sold the packaged products off to the NAC. Following a week of maintenance work, the antique finally started working again. The computation requirements for a virtual reality MMORPG were terrifying. The quantum computer located at the bottommost level of future building could barely sustain operation of godly land. In order to establish a virtual reality network, the number of quantum computers Jiang Chen required would be astronomical. Based on Jiang Chen's orders, Fallout Shelter 027 exerted 40% of their research efforts on replicating quantum computer. Aside from the heavy electromagnetic pulse cannon under intensive research, it was already the research project with the highest priority. The operation of the quantum computer showed that Future Group's virtual reality services had acquired the hardware capabilities to expand to broader territories. It also made Koro's electrical grid under pressure again. As for the industrial 3D printer and 100 amphibious construction robots, Jiang Chen had other uses for them. Since Celestial Trade's frigate forced Country F to recognize Moro's independence in front of UA, New Guinea started to act more respectful of its powerful little neighbor. At first, the New Guinea government retained a cautious attitude toward Celestial Trade as a military tech company, increasing its influence within the territory. The local governments were supportive of Future Group's investments. They welcomed Future Group's money but didn't welcome Future Group's people. Now they were afraid to appear unwelcoming. The country they depended on, Atria, couldn't bring them a sense of security anymore. Regarding XIN, who made UA compromise, they were wondering what kind of trump card was in their hands. The president of New Guinea didn't know, so he chose a conservative strategy. At least they didn't display any hostile intentions. Their investment in New Guinea did promote its economic development and brought benefits to the locals. As for the pollution from industrial work, anyone else would have also polluted the environment in the same way. They didn't want to anger the dictator until he showed hostile intentions. What if they supported the cannibals living in the New Guinea jungles to become independent? At noon, Jiang Chen arrived at a port in northern New Guinea by private jet and saw Luke Joyce, chairman of BHP Mining Group. 10 million tons of iron ore and 20 million tons of aluminum ore. *T, you sure you didn't add an extra zero? The moment Luke saw him, he began to question Jiang Chen. This is only the first batch. I remember in our agreement that the total was 50 million tons. Jiang Chen smiled at the skepticism in Luke's eyes without providing any explanation. Something unpleasant happened between the two of them a while ago. BHP sent out commercial spies against Future Group in an attempt to steal their deep-water mining technology, but Jiang Chen's ghost agents took out all the rats they hired. But standing here now, the two simultaneously agreed not to bring that up. Even building an aircraft carrier wouldn't need this much iron. An aircraft carrier? Who said I was going to be building that? Jiang Chen chuckled. Then what do you want to do? Luke furrowed his brows. It's a secret, Jiang Chen replied mysteriously. Jiang Chen's mysterious expression made Luke dying to know the answer, but the Oriental man clearly didn't plan on revealing anything, so he had to settle. Based on the agreement at the Rothschild family dinner, Future Mining would take a step back on deepwater mining technology. BHP would supply 50 million tons of ores to Future Group at 80% the market price. 30 million tons of iron at 20% off was near the cost of ore production for BHP. Although it pained Luke that he wouldn't make any money, he soon relinquished the idea since the iron had been in storage for too long. A total of 30 million tons of ores were transported to the port by freight and containers before being transported to the steel plant in eastern New Guinea. The boilers at the steel plant ran 24 hours a day non-stop with the plant workers working on a rotating shift. Under the supervision of the senior engineers of Future Group, they molded the steel and aluminum into the appropriate shape. The steel plants were built as soon as Jiang Chen came back from Frankfurt. Since Xian's vice president's diplomatic visit to New Guinea the last time, Future Mining built a total of 10 large steel plants in the eastern province, employing a total of 20,000 workers for Future Mining. It was almost the total population of Xian. The steel plants visibly boosted the port's economy. Future Group offered high overtime pay, and the New Guineans who started working in the steel plant first became the richest of all. With money, restaurants, supermarkets, bars, malls and even theaters appeared, which was something the people at the port hadn't imagined before. The low red brick buildings were demolished and replaced by concrete buildings, apartments, and even mansions contracted by celestial trade. The land was sold by the local government to celestial trade. The officials who tasted the booming economy almost wanted to sell all the undeveloped land to celestial trade. What was with the cautious attitude of the central government toward celestial trade? Were they uncomfortable with the increasing population? Who cared? Before the New Guinea cities became modernized, they were practically tribes. To this day, the local government still possessed high autonomy. With exponential increases in tax earning, the mayor was already smiling too much to close his mouth, and he naturally wouldn't make trouble for Future Group. A good corporation could raise a city. That sentence was perfectly demonstrated by Future Group. Containers of industrial goods were hauled on trucks to the port and loaded onto freights to Ange Island. It was like a blood vessel connecting New Guinea and Xian, which formed a scene familiar to the locals. Some of the containers were transported to the assembling facility on Ange Island to be manufactured into housework robots and Mix-1 batteries. But most of the containers were hauled into a half-closed warehouse.